اتفضل.
نرحب بالحضور الكريم بمنصة إيكاتوري بيبل ألاينس، منتدى تحالف الشعب الإيكاتوري، بعنوان يحمل أهمية الخطاب السياسي اللي هو The Importance of Political Discourse. ونحن في مرحلة حرجة في تاريخ بلادنا جنوب السودان، مؤكد الخطاب السياسي هو السبيل أو هو الشعلة اللي بتخلي المواطنين يتفاعلوا مع القضايا السياسية الملحة. عشان كده نحن نقول إنه المشكلة تكاملية، يعني كل الناس بتكمل لبعض. من خلال العنوان أكيد لما نقول أهمية الخطاب السياسي the importance of the political discourse، معناته ان احنا لازم نتطرق للروت كوست of the conflict. وفي نفس العنوان برضه هنتكلم عن لقاء الدكتور حكيم داريو رئيس تحالف الشعب الإيكواتوري مع قاضي كمال في قضية الساحة، يعني هنسمع حاجات كثيرة من خلال الحلقة بتاعت يوم الليلة. تفضل دكتور حكيم داريو، دارينك تحيي الحضور وتورينا أهمية الخطاب السياسي، أهمية أنه الشارع العام لازم يكون عارف قضاياه، وبرضه تكلم لنا عن الروت كوست اوف ذا كونفليكت كحاجه خاصه في الشارع العام، لكن ما بتتحل بالكلام المتداول، لابد ان يكون عمل شنو تنظيم. وقبل انا برضه نسيت انه نترحم على والده زميلتنا الدكتوره آلما، برضه ربنا يرحم والدتها يعني من ناحيه ابوها. تفضل دكتور حكيم دار.
شكرا جيمس. أولا تعازينا للأخت ألما، الدكتورة ألما. البركة فيهم. ربنا إن شاء الله يعني يباركهم. طبعا she lost her stepmother, and our condolences to all the family and their loved ones. بنتمنى يعني إنه ربنا يبارك الأسرة ويديهم السلوان، ويعني to just really comfort them, give them the courage to pull through the difficult time that they're going through at the moment. برضو برحب بكل الضيوف, our brothers and sisters, Equatorians and members of the general public. You are all welcome. This is Hakim here. Today, I just really wanted to first welcome all of you for this specific discussion here today, to focus our minds on القضايا اللي بتهمنا وتهم الشعر الاستوائي بصفة خاصة, والشعر العام generally. أولا بدي أرحب بكم كلكم, وإن شاء الله يعني برضو تتواصلوا معنا في اللقاء بتاعتنا اليوم. وإحنا حقيقة يعني عاوزين الناس كلها تقدر تبادر وتشارك وتقول كلمتها يعني في القضايا الجارية حسي في الساعة, بالذات طبعا القضية بتاعت السلام والقضية بتاعت التحول والانتقال من الدولة الفاشلة في جنوب السودان في الفترة الجاية دي, لأنه زي ما احنا كلنا شايفين انه احنا قابلين على مفترق بتاعت الطرق, يعني we are coming to a crossroads in South Sudan. ممكن نقدر يعني برضه يعني نديه بعض الاهتمام قضية بتاعت انه الحكومة بتاعت جنوب السودان طبعا خلال الفترة الماضية كله 3 سنوات وبعده سنتين الاكستنشن وكده, برضو الاتفاقية الممشطة ما قدرت تلقى اللي هو التطبيق الكامل يعني. وبالتالي you know the tenure of the government is coming to an end, وما في حسي في الظرف الحالي ما في خطة بتاعت الانتقال من اللي هو الاتفاقية الممشطة إلى حكومة مثلا، حكومة منتخبة في ظل بتاع الدستور جديد وكده. ده كله له ما في له you know there's no plan of transition from the current failed system to an elected government to fill the void. يعني هيحصل فجوة دستورية. يعني there's going to be a gap and a void and a vacuum, a constitutional vacuum, because the government will run out of time to implement the agreement, even without any conduct of free, fair, and credible elections in the country. So that's the challenge that we're facing as a country. معناها ما هيكون في a smooth transition out of the failed revitalized agreement for resolution of conflict in South Sudan، وهو الاتفاقية المنشطة. ما باين انه هيكون في يعني انتقال سموث، انتقال كده آه، بصورة يعني planned and everything to transition us out of the failed state. فدي القضايا اللي احنا هنتطرق لها. الشيء الثاني برضه طبعا هو المحادثات الجارية، وانتم كلكم ملمين بها. What's going on in Nairobi these days is the Tumaini peace talks in Nairobi. We've also heard سمعنا واستمعنا لبعض البريس ستيتمنتس، بريس ريليسز، وده جاي طبعا مصدره افراد او ناس مشاركين في الشؤون، مشاركين في المحادثات في نيروبي. So برضو it is important انه our people listen to what's coming out of Nairobi and also have a say on these matters. So those are some of the issues that we want to touch on during the course of this conversation. Earlier, we started a discussion just to kind of broach the issues and try to, get us in the mood of raising some of the issues which are very critical. يعني. فأول حاجة حسي في كلام بيتقال عن حكومة أو مثلا ترتيب حكومة جديدة. الحكومة الجديدة ده هتكون من المسؤوليات بتاعتها في أنها شنو، تقدر تضع برنامج لإنقاذ بتاع جنوب السودان. وده بيدي أو بيعني مفاد بتاعته أنه هتكون في فترة انتقالية ربما تكون ل3 سنوات. والفترة بتاعت ال3 سنوات ده معناه شنو؟ معناه يدوا سلفا كير والطاقم بتاعته بتاعت الاتفاقية المنشطة، اللي هو دي حكومة بتاعت الاتفاقية المنشطة، بأنه you know to extend themselves again in power for the next 3 years. فده is what we have on the agenda. So I think based on that we will take one at a time ونتطرق لقضية والابعاد بتاعتها وكده. وانا كنت برضو وجهت دعوة لبعض افراد المشتركين في المحادثات دي في نيروبي، من particularly from the PCCA اللي هو People's Coalition for Civil Action. أنا وجهت لهم دعوة إنه يشاركوا، لكن رجب قال احتمال هيشارك معنا، وبرضه أبراهام أولج قال إنه ما عنده فرصة، احتمال ما يكون عنده فرصة إنه يعني to join us and participate in this discussion. So just to set expectations يعني. اتفضل جيمس. Hello James. Yeah. I think James is not it's not online. So I think I'll probably just fill this gap, bringing up the issue of the peace talks, the Tumaini peace talks. The Tumaini peace talks, um, which is still in session, or is still in progress. Um, we are lucky to hear one from one of the members who participated in the talks, giving account of the process so far, where they have progressed and what they are looking to achieve. فده بالتحديد أبراهام أولج issued and released an audio statement يتكلم فيه ببعض هنا يعني he tried to brief the people and share account of what has been achieved so far in terms of the progress in the peace talks in Nairobi. So that an important element of this, and we want to talk about it. فأول حاجة the statement which we can run later on, maybe just to refresh the minds of our people. فكان في قضايا كده، نقاط كده I thought are important for us to focus on for now, and then we can progress the discussions later. أول حاجة resignation of Kir and Riek from power in accordance with the recommendations that resolution of the national dialogue. احنا بنعرف موقف بتاع People's Coalition for Civil Action اللي هو PCCA عندهم موقف حول المحادثات الجارية في النيل، وقالوا بصريح العبارة، احنا هنتطرق للقضية بعدين، قالوا بصريح العبارة انه they stand with a new government, and this new government will focus on rescuing South Sudan. And I don't want to repeat all that they said, but أنا عاوز أنوه لشنو؟ لموقف بتاعت ال PCCA before and now in the peace talks in Nairobi. فالأول شيء, the first thing that we we're familiar with, or our understanding of the position of the PCCA since it was founded in 2021, 2022. There were three key focus objectives for the PCCA. واحد, they were basically expressing demands on first resignation of President Salva Kiir and Riek Machar from power, and this is driven by the national dialogue, the resolutions of the national dialogue. فهم بيشوفوا and بيروا انه شنو انه Salva Kiir and Riek Machar should step down from power. That was one of the positions, البوزيشن بتاعت ال PCCA. بعدين النقطة الثانية برضو طبعا كان يعني they were focusing on the implementation of the resolutions of the national dialogue. ده كان نمرة اثنين. يعني الشيء المهم كان بالنسبة لهم انه يكون في شنو؟ في تنفيذ لشنو؟ ل resolutions بتاعت ال national dialogue. وانه the national dialogue has gone through a process in which people were consulted, and it came to a conclusion that certain provisions of the national dialogue and resolutions needed to be implemented, and that the government has actually declined to carry forward the recommendations and resolutions of the national dialogue, for the reason that the national dialogue, after consultations that extended to many people and communities at the grassroots level across the Equatoria, Upper Nile, Bahr Ghazal. There were like recommendations for the leadership of Salva Kiir and Riek Machar to come to an end. But these resolutions were not being implemented. And they wanted to see that South Sudan can, the government of South Sudan can implement the recommendations, resolutions of the national dialogue. المهم نمرة 3 برضه كان بيقول انه they supported the initiative بتاع the roundtable conference, which will lead to organizing a transition out of the failed state through the process that here technocratic government. يعني هتكون في مثلا انتقال عن طريق technocratic government in which the members of the opposition will not participate in that government. يعني قالوا انه the technocratic government will be responsible for undertaking the responsibility for things like اللي هو اللي اسم شنو ده census and preparations for constitution making and so on, and that members of the opposition group will not participate in the process. They supported that proposal that the opposition groups. فكان ما في الموقف بتاعهم ما كانوا معارضين للفكرة بتاعت أنه الناس ممكن تمشي technocratic government, ومن خلاله برضو technocratic government will then undertake the task of constitution making. So these were the three, broadly speaking, these were the three areas that we kind of understood to be the strategic objectives that PCCA. لكن باين انه في تغيير في هذا الموقف. There seems to be a change in this position of the PCCA. They are no longer necessarily focused on the issue of a technocratic government, لكن برضو عدلوا في الموقف بتاعتهم بعض الشيء وقالوا انه حيكون في مثلا constitutional convention, constitutional conference that will have to be, say, for example, convened in Nairobi. And then after that, once constitutional text or a constitutional proposition is accepted or is agreed by the participation of people elected from the counties and so on, and that this constitutional conference will not be held in South Sudan, it will be held in Nairobi. After people reach agreement on the constitution, حتى بعد ذاك هتكون في شنو؟ هتكون في focus on forming a government, a transitional government, and this government will be inclusive of President Kiir and Riek Machar, on condition that they leave power. They promise to leave power, that they would not stand for elections, for example. And that also they will go scot-free. They will not be held accountable nor being made liable to any prosecution for any crimes committed, including the runaway corruption in South Sudan. الحاجات اللي حصلت دي كل الفساد الجرى والفساد القائم و the key sort of agenda بتاع change will not address the قضية بتاعت مثلا holding people accountable. So Kiir and his leadership will be rewarded in the end. They will be rewarded by not being held accountable, by not being prosecuted, and by also being given you know concession بتاعت انه هم يكونوا شنو يكونوا في يعني to hold on to what they have as a president who is resigning or president who has accepted to resign from power, that they will continue to maintain what they have في مثلا الممتلكات الموجودة عندهم هسي. الممتلكات دي بقى هتبقى ممتلكات يعني personal properties. Everything that they have today of البيوت والممتلكات وكده ديل كلها هتبقى شنو؟ هتبقى هبة بالنسبة لسالفا كير because he accepts to after that to resign. بمعنى آخر there's no accountability for any crimes. No one will be held liable because this is the condition on the basis of which a new transition can be agreed. That if they don't accept this, then they will not be, they will still be subject to and liable for prosecution. But that is up to them. فإحنا القضية بتاعتنا المشكلة بتاعتنا الأساسية إنه شنو؟ يعني this position بتاعت ال PCCA is basically saying that we reward Salva Kiir and let him get away with murder, let him get away without being held accountable for all the crimes. يعني شوف كم how much how much have we lost as a country in terms of resources, in terms of uh, public finances that have not been accounted for. بتكون مثلا القروش اللي بتكون في private ownership بتاعت people who are very close to Salva Kiir and his family and so on. All this will just be, will not be subject to accountability. All the corruption, the proceeds of corruption that have, gone into networks, that corruption and all of that will just not be even the subject of accountability. But that is very surprising that the PCCA is advocating for this. بمعنى آخر إنه يا أخي ناس ديل they are what? They are liberators. الliberators ديل نخليهم to retain the possessions that they have, to retain all the wealth that they have made, from public resources. لأنه هم liberators وممكن يعني we can forgive them to get away with it without the need for us to hold anyone accountable, without without Salva Kiir being held accountable, because we just forgive them and that should be fine. عشان يقدر يفتح فرصة بتاعت انه يكون في transition from the failed state وفي نفس الوقت انه شنو ناس تكون عندها فرصة في انه شنو تبدا الصفحة الجديدة. So those are the propositions that have come out of the PCCA, and we thought we could comment on some of this. And maybe just in line of that, I just wanted to draw our attention to maybe a summary of this. اللي هو تقول انه مثلا one is that the PCCA has now moved the goalposts and هم غيروا الموقف بتاعتهم. الموقف بقى بتاعت ال PCCA اتغير بشكل جذري in the sense that for example هم بيجيبوا مع فكرة بتاعت انه يكون في focus on an agreement بتاعت constitution. يعني the agreement should be based on not on power sharing but on the approach to constitution making. انه المفروض الناس كلها تهتم بشنو بالقضيه بتاعت التاسيس بتاعت الدوله عن طريق بتاعت الconstitution. So this is the position that we are hearing for the first time from the PCCA. والبوزيشن ده قريب جدا من طرف، لا ما كليا لكن من طرف، من جزئيا بيتكلم عن نفس القضيه اللي احنا كنا بنطرحها ودائما بنطرحه كاي بي اي، على اساس انه الانتقال من الدوله الفاشله، الانتقال من الدوله الفاشله الى حكومه منتخبه، وحكومه مثلا تكون عندها تفويض من الشعب في انها تقدر تدير المرحله الانتقاليه القادمه من جانب بتاع مثلا constitution making that is people driven, and also in terms of mandating people who will serve in the transitional government. ده ما ورد كويس، يعني بس هيكون في اتفاق، والاتفاق ده يعني هيكون the way of forming a government. And we want to express our difference with this in particular لانه احنا بنقول انه شنو our position is that as EPA we want people's constitutional conventions. And people's constitutional conventions that these are the people's constitutional conventions that will elect people's representatives to constituent assembly. وبرضه these people's constitutional conventions will elect mandated people's representatives to the organs that the transitional government and legislative organs, for examples, or executive organs. The people who will serve these transitional organs will be mandated and elected by the People's Constitutional Convention in Equatoria, in Upper Nile, and they don't see the need for that. They want to say that no matter opportunity for people to have freedom to elect people representatives. But the people representatives have to be elected قال على اساس انه يمشوا يحضروا مؤتمر دستوري في نيروبي, and once they agree on the constitutional text, then a government will be formed, and that government will then work to implement the provisions of the constitution, prepare the country for elections, and so on and so forth. So ده مفارقة كبيرة جدا. And I would have loved to have members that ال PCCA معنا هنا عشان تكون في حوار شفاف فيما بيننا عشان نقدر نقدم بعض الأسئلة for them to answer. لكن طبعا هسي unfortunately they said they are not ready. I don't know if Rajab will be able to join us. فدي بعض النقاط يا أخي James. But I think if maybe we can focus on one item at a time, and then see if people have questions. Unfortunately طبعا we would probably have to organize another follow-up session عشان نقدر نتحاور مع PCCA في القضايا دي إذا أتيحت الفرصة يعني. طبعا we couldn't cancel this event because we really wanted to highlight some of these issues now وكده. So اتفضل جيمس.
شكرا دكتور كنداريو. في سؤال هنا بيطرح نفسه اللي هو what do you think of the people in Nairobi peace talk ignoring the root cause of the conflict and jump to the social contract and constitution making. الأسباب اللي بتخلي مثلا المتحاورين في نيروبي مثلا يتجاهلوا جذور المشكلة السياسية في جنوب السودان، يقوم طوال يمشي للحتة بتاعت السوشيال كونتراكت، محاولة صياغة الدستور. على حسب الأخبار اللي جات هناك قال صياغة الدستور دي جزء منها بيبدأ في نيروبي والتمام حتكون في جنوب السودان، وده شيء جديد يعني قبل كده في التفاوض ما سمعنا به. What do you think؟ عشان الناس تكون برضو على بين.
Yeah. I think the key issue here is, like you said, is that the root cause or the root causes of conflict in South Sudan is Salva Kiir بصورة يعني خاصة يعني the problem is Salva Kiir himself. This is what they're trying to not to recognize. يعني after all of this, they want to say that Salva Kiir is not the root cause of the problem. So they are not, being decisive and putting their positions very clear. Mahu Salva Kiir, in our view, Salva Kiir is actually one of the problems that the root causes of conflict in South Sudan. But هم عاوزين يتجنبوا الكلام ده عشان يفتحوا الفرصة بتاعت انه يصلوا لاتفاقية مع شنو مع سالفا كير. Maybe they recognize that there's no way for them to remove Salva Kiir and therefore try to find a way for accommodating Salva Kiir for some time على اساس انه Salva Kiir يكون رئيس بتاعت الحكومة القادمة. يعني هتكون دي مرحلة نمرة 3 يعني بتاعت transitions. So the root causes of the problem can be bypassed. More specifically, Salva Kiir cannot be blamed or told, in very, in a very certain, clearly stated, position that Salva Kiir is actually the root cause of the problem in South Sudan. They don't have the courage to put it that way. They want to gloss over it. يعني عاوزين يمرروا الموضوع بدون ما يتكلموا عن شنو the root causes, because what they are looking to do here is to reach an agreement with Salva Kiir. This is the position بتاعت PCCA وده حسب يبقى position بتاعت ما بيسمى شنو سوما في نيروبي. بعدين سوما ده اسمه يعني بثلاثة نفر بس، هو باغانا مو معه بول مولون ومعه اللي هو اسم شنو ده بتاعت الاس اس بي ام the leader of the SSPM. So these are the three key participants في التوكس ده. بعدين طبعا ناس البي سي سي اي هم اللي بيقولوا ان هم ما عايزين يشاركوا في اي سلطه، لكن ممكن يلعبوا دور في شنو؟ في التنفيذ بتاعت شنو؟ التنفيذ بتاعت الاتفاقيه. وانه الاتفاقيه ده في الاول في المقام الاول also should be the Salva Kiir should accept to have no role to do with the government and to leave power after 3 years. يعني يدو كانوا زي بيدوك يعني you are rewarded with leading the government for 3 years and then after that خلاص you resign and then the reward for that will be that you will not be prosecuted. So كلام ال root causes وما أدراك والحاجات دي كلها ما هتكون عندها، هتكون زي obstacles. يعني this will be seen as obstacles to reaching an agreement. So the focus now is that they should reach an agreement. شفت كيف؟ عايزين يصل لاتفاقية، والاتفاقية ده قالوا ما هيكون اتفاقية بتاعت power sharing. The position of PCCA is that they are not interested in being party to the power sharing arrangements. They don't want to participate in power sharing. لكن they want to reach an agreement on the constitution. يعني يكون agreement is about constitution, about agreement and consensus about constitution making. ده احنا كنا دايما بنقول انه المفروض احنا نبدا من المنطلق بتاعت الكونستيتيوشن. يعني the focus should not be on the elites بطريقه فوقيه مثلا يحددوا ويتخذوا قرارات فوقيه on behalf of the people without the people being involved in the process of decision making. فدي الفرق الكبير. احنا we don't want the elites in Nairobi coming to a position where they agree among themselves that Salva Kiir will be in government for 3 years and that this is appropriate and sensible because is their only option for reaching an agreement. And that they want to preserve, they want to secure the agreement by letting Salva Kiir away. I mean, letting Salva Kiir off to get away with مثلا issues بتاعت انه هيكون في accountability وحاجات دي كلها. لانه هسه بقى ما عاوزين نتكلم عن الاكونتابيلتي ده شنو. جذور المشكله الاساسيه هم ما عاوزين يتطرقوا. because كان عاوزين يتكلموا حول القضايا بتاعت اسمه شنو the root causes. This will spoil the chance for them to agree with Salva Kiir, and they want to agree, they want to come out with an agreement. والهوب بتاعتهم الامل بتاعتهم في انه شنو Tumaini should lead to an agreement with Salva Kiir. ده حس الفوكس انه يكون في توصل لاتفاقيه مع سالفا كير، والاتفاقيه ده will protect Salva Kiir from any accountability or prosecution, and it will even be more rewarding because Salva Kiir will maintain and retain the wealth that is accumulated, the properties الممتلكات الحسي عنده والفاميلي بتاعته عنده وحاجات دي كلها تكون ملك بتاعت سالفا كير. يعني شوف ده كل الممتلكات ده هتبقى ممتلكات بتاعت سالفا كير which is which came about through corruption وكده. ده ما هيكون فيها شنو؟ ما هيكون فيها accountability او محاسبه. فالاستراتيجيه ده is meant to make the agreement reachable and attractive to Salva Kiir. يعني the most important thing here is that عاوزين يرضوا Salva Kiir. They want to to reward Kiir so that Kiir can accept the agreement. If Kiir doesn't accept the agreement, then there will be no option. Then they will turn around and say, okay, Salva Kiir, if you don't accept these terms, then this would result in holding Kiir accountable. فده كان زي شنو a threat to try to make the agreement attractive to Salva Kiir, so that Salva Kiir can agree to resign from the government after 3 years. لكن احنا شايفين طبعا 3 years have gone to a transitional agreement, they have not been able to implement the agreement. عملوا extension برضه they have not been able to implement the provisions of the agreement. وهسي نمرة 3 عاوزين يدوا فرصة ثانية بتاعت 3 سنوات عشان يكون هناك يترأس الحكومة، والحكومة ده الاختصاص في الحكومة ده هيكون بس عن شنو؟ about the constitution making. In order to allow the process of constitution making, preparations for elections وما إلى آخره. So it is being offered as an incentive to Kiir, an incentive to Kiir to accept these terms for an agreement and the establishment of a transitional government in which the PCCA themselves said they would not want to participate in such a government, but only in terms of implementation. But that's also confusing. How are you going to be able to participate in implementation of the agreement if you are not part of the government? How? But maybe what they think is that it is not about power sharing. They are opposed to power sharing, but they agree to participating in implementing the agreement. So that is a little bit also uncertain and very unclear. What about if the other elites want power sharing? What's the position of PCA? عشان كده ده كان ممكن سؤال يوجه لهم, and then they would be able to answer those questions. لكن as far as things stand, the PCCA is saying that there's going to be, an agreement. That's what they look for. They want to have an agreement, and that this agreement would be focused on constitution making. One constitution making that will be by way of electing people from different counties to come to Nairobi, because they will not be under, restrictions and limitations in Nairobi to participate in in a constitutional conference. And once there's an agreement about the outcome of the constitutional conference, then this constitutional text will then be implemented. Hopefully, will be implemented by the new government that will be replacing the current government in Juba, by a new government that will focus on moderating the process of constitution making. The issue of the root causes of the conflict and so on, we have not heard PCCA talking about the root causes of the conflict. So that is a question that we would address it to them and say, what do you think are the root causes of the conflict? And why are these root causes of the conflict, if any, are not being addressed في Tumaini peace talks? Or is it that they're addressed but they don't make it as the main issue? You So those are the questions. ده الأسئلة المفروض إحنا نوجهها برضه لهم عشان هم يقدروا يدونا إجابات. But maybe next time when we get one of the members that PCCA, we will raise these questions and they will have the opportunity to respond. So the issue still remains that I don't know the root causes. Yeah. تفضل هاي.
رجب مهندس.
Okay. 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 Let me try to bring him up. Rajab, yeah. Oh, yeah. He raised his hand. Welcome, Rajab. I'm just letting you to come up, inshallah. Yeah, welcome, Rajab. It's great that you have come. This is really, I know, you guys may have challenges. لأنه زميل بتاعتك اللي هو اسم شنو ده؟ Your colleague in PCCA, Abraham Awelech, sent me a message earlier that he may not be able to attend because of maybe other engagements and so on. Like, it's good that you are here, and it's good that you also came early so that we can revert back to asking some of the questions that I could not answer myself on behalf of PCCA, of course. لكن طبعا وجودك يا رجب is important. So first of all, give you the opportunity to greet the audience and maybe if you want to also maybe just highlight the position of PCCA rather than me speaking and maybe taking your position out of context. بيكون كويس كان انت برضك براك you try to brief the public and say this is our position, this is as clear as it can be, and then we can then be in a position to ask some of those questions rather than just making assumptions and responding on your behalf or on behalf of PCCA, which would not be very helpful. So welcome, you have the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Hakim and Dongolawi, for the opportunity. I'm happy to join you in this conversation. I extend my greetings to the participants in the room and hope to, interact with all of you. Now, you are aware that the PCCA is participating in the peace process in Nairobi. Well, I will go back a little bit to March 2022, around March 15th, when we wrote to IGAD, notifying IGAD that the agreement in the country was not delivering on its intended objectives, and that the elections, which were scheduled for December 2022, were not going to take place because the elections were based on implementation of the other aspects of the agreement. All of these things were strongly interconnected. One aspect would pave way for another, and the implementation of all the tasks from chapter 1 to chapter 5 would prepare the country for up to chapter 6, let me say, would prepare the country for elections at the end of the transition. But none of these chapters was meaningfully implemented. And so we were concerned as PCCA that the time was just being wasted, the agreement was not making progress, and there was need to get back to the drawing board, which means there was need for South Sudanese to get back to discuss through the issues and find a better way out for the country. And we expected that IGAD would not respond to the letter, which they did not. And then, of course, we went on to engage with other stakeholders, the holdout groups, and other actors beyond them, and eventually ended up with the National Consensus Forum. And the idea remained clear that the country needed to get back to the drawing board. And in the letter to IGAD, we called for a national and all-inclusive national political dialogue. And in our conversations, ending up in the National Consensus Forum, the name for the now an all-inclusive national political dialogue became the National Roundtable Conference. And so this has been the agenda we were pushing. We never believed that we were making progress in any way as a country. And as time passed by, the country was getting more and more into trouble. All the statistics would show that we were getting into more security crisis, and that humanitarian situation was worsening. And there were all indicators that even the political establishment was not agreeing in everything. In fact, dialogue was not even taking place. So that has been our call, and we did not get through with that. Of course, we didn't have the powers to convene all South Sudanese for a roundtable conference. The team or the group in the non-signatories also tried through their own process, and there was no progress. So when the president called for this for this negotiation with the holdout groups, we said that is an opportunity. And so we waited. When the secretariat was established, we traveled to Nairobi and engaged with them quite intensively. And our discussions with them focused more on the failures of the previous agreements and also the failure to implement agreements in the country. And we explained to them what we thought was wrong. And if they wanted to help deliver peace to South Sudan, they should be able to do certain things and do things differently. We talked about that, and then we highlighted the importance of inclusivity, to have an inclusive process, so that decisions taken will be representative of the country and the stakeholders involved. We talked about the issue of security and a number of other things, and constructively, they spent quite a lot of time asking us questions as to what we think the Kenyan government should do differently to help deliver an arrangement, a political arrangement. An outcome that would deliver peace in the country. And we presented responses in the meeting, but we also took time and told them that to do justice to the questions, we would make written submission, so that we would go into details to explain to them. And we told them that if we were convinced that they were serious about this process, we would actually like to participate. Our participation would be governed by the things we discussed with them that we felt, if done differently, would help to secure peace in the country. And so since then, we remained engaged, and we also made efforts to reach out to other South Sudanese actors that we knew. And Dr. Hakim, I personally reached out to you, connected you with the Secretariat to engage with them for the possibility of you participating with your organization. And I'm sure that you told me you held a meeting with them and all of that. So we did what we could, and because of the level of engagement we had with them, they extended the invitation to us to participate. And so that is the basis of our participation in this process. We felt that in the country, the agreement was not making progress, and we didn't see any hope for meaningful resolution of the conflict in the country as such. We also didn't see any other major process ongoing that would produce results. In the Rome process, that process had stalled, and the mediators in Rome have moved to Nairobi for this process. And so we thought that this process could be used to help to get to more serious conversation on the issues of the country. And so when we got here, the agenda items that were endorsed focused on governance, focused on economics, the issues of the economy, the issues of security, and the issues of justice. And so we prepared our positions as different actors and made submissions to the process. The different positions were taken and also compiled into one position, meaning that the positions shared by or presented from government, from the opposition groups, and also the other civil society and the PCCA were compiled into one document. That was the document that is about over 70 pages long. 70. There are some say 73, others say 75, but depending on the gadget you use. And so we were able to get that document. I mean, the Secretariat compiled the information into that document. And of course, as discussions or negotiations still proceed, it is a rule that we do not share these details or issues that are being the positions and some of these things. So I will not go into details of this, but definitely we made presentations, submissions on the issues, and we thought that if some of these issues are taken into consideration, there would be a possibility of an arrangement that would help to change the situation in the country. First, we felt on our own that we have had millions of agreements already, and those agreements are not implemented. So what would be different in this situation?
Yeah.
And so our thinking was that there should be one of the outcomes of this process should actually be a constitutional agreement instead of a political or peace agreement. Because if it is about a peace agreement, there is one in the country. No one is implementing it meaningfully. And so the idea of getting a constitutional agreement as an outcome was that you would have most of the critical aspects that are needed to help to transform this country would be immediately taken into a constitution. And so that you do not, once they are put in a constitution, they become more guaranteed than when they are in an agreement. And so in the agreement, it has a timeline to elapse, and the experience also shows that the political agreement is open to violations by anyone. And so we think that instead of going for the similar thing, we better think about something much greater than that, and that should be a constitutional agreement. Have all the conversations, all the major issues got into this. Now, how do you proceed with that? And this is one thing you've been talking about here. Now, there is in the arrangement, in the agreement, there is a provision for constitution making that says a law should be developed to govern constitution making in the country. And this law was developed with the help of Max Planck, and that is what Chapter 6 of the agreement said, that there would be an internationally renowned, constitutionally renowned organization that would organize a workshop or facilitate a workshop to develop a legislation that would govern constitution making. And this happened when I was still in the country, and I participated in the process until the document was produced. And that document, Max Planck was so experienced, and I liked the way they handled it and developed the legislation. It's a very beautiful legislation that is meant to involve people in the process of constitution making. And bulk of the time, of the constitution making, which is 24 months, was dedicated for public consultations. And once these consultations are done, you then go for a constitutional conference. To develop the constitutional text, and the constitutional conference would be organized to deliberate on this. And the law says there would be 1,000, about 1,000, between 1,000 and 1,200, 2,000, or 1,100, 1,200 or so people who would be involved in the constitutional conference. Now, we are in a critical situation that we all understand. We do not have the luxury of organizing elections that would reflect the will of the people. We do not also have the luxury of engaging in meaningful political processes in the country to decide on the fate of the country. That those of us sitting here know very well we don't have the powers to just do that. Otherwise, the right thing we could do was to decide what we want in the country now, and then anyone should have implemented that. Those powers are just not there. And so in a situation of a political crisis, one thing that happens is usually a political process or political negotiations to produce a political agreement. The difficulty we have is that we have done that a number of times and all of them have been violated. And so we thought that instead of now waiting to hold the constitution making process at another time, that would be violated as well. And we should take note that the constitution making process has now taken 12 years. This organization called the National Constitutional Review Commission that was supposed to produce the permanent constitution was first constituted on the 9th of January 2012. And when you take it to this time now, it is almost 12 and a half years. There is no constitution. And so we also believe that if we leave this opportunity of the Tumaini initiative and go back to get back to the country that the constitution making should be done based on the legislation, it is just not going to happen. To make matters worse, as it stands now, the country doesn't even have resources to run these processes. And so one opportunity we thought would be that people should discuss, get the 1,200 people that are supposed to be in a constitutional conference from all over the country to deliberate on critical aspects of the country and incorporate that into a constitution instead of a political agreement for few political leaders. So instead of having 5 or 10 different political parties with maybe 20 or 50 people negotiating, you have over 1,000 ordinary citizens from different parts of the country who are concerned and organized groups of civil society and all of those to deliberate on the constitutional matters straight away, get these things into the constitution and take it to the people to deliver, to present it and popularize it and get people to vote. Once they endorse it, it becomes law. And you also have the opportunity to navigate, to bypass the process of taking this thing to the parliament, because the parliament is not an elected parliament, as it is, as we all know. So we are in a critical situation. That's one process and suggestion or proposal that we made. And there are other proposals that we made to that effect on matters of security, on matters of transitional justice, and also the economy. Our thinking on the issue of the economy is that it is even not meaningful to decide the issue of the economy of the country. As of now, what is critical is financial management. That we need a way to make use of resources, the national resources that are generated in the country, and many people. If there is a consensus reached with the outcomes that are reasonable out of the Tumaini initiative, there may be a possibility of also getting some support towards those processes. And we know that the resources that we have in the country have always disappeared. So our thinking was that an arrangement would be made to create an escrow account where resources of the country and also resources that are donated to support the country can be kept and released only for the purpose of implementing programs that will deliver peace that are agreed upon. You know, so those were some of the things we were thinking about. If anyone had the powers, and if we in the PCCA had the powers, we would have done like God did in the Garden of Eden. Let there be this, and it would come. Let there be this, and it would come. What I know is that almost all of us, those of us who are civic groups, the PCCA and the Equatoria People's Alliance, and you go to the political actors, including those who are armed actors, we practically now do not see any of them leading any campaign or program that we think has a timeline to deliver the South Sudan we want. And so with that, we thought that we could use the advantage of this process, at least to make our voices known in this process. And we know that you come to a peace process, you may not get 100% of everything you noted down as your position taken as the peace process, as the outcome of the peace process. It is a give and take. That's why there are negotiations. So we are trying our best to present what we can, and Awonic in his statement made it very clear that if there is an agreement that is reached and that does not tackle some of the things we thought are important to help bring change in the country, we will not sign the agreement. And so if there is a perception that the PCCA has come desperately to find an agreement, sign an agreement with the president, I don't think that is the purpose of participating in this process. The purpose is to build national consensus on this crisis and find ways to produce solutions that will work. And we think that without participating, it would be the political actors, around 4 or 5 of them, sitting around the table to decide the fate of the country. And so we think that it is important for civic groups like us and others to be part of this process. And so I guess I will leave it at this for now. Thank you.
شكرا استاذ رجب مهندس. في سؤال هنا. يس انا عارفك انت من القوى المدنيه which is good to civil society, لكن in your own opinion why the people jump the root cause of the conflict قاموا مشوا للكونتراكت social contract. انا عارف انت في المفاوضات you cannot say everything but according to our opinion. تفضل.
Okay, thank you. Now, it depends on how we understand the issues. You may be aware that we are part of the National Consensus Forum. And the National Consensus Forum released a statement called the National Consensus Statement by mid-December last year. I think around December 16 last year. Now, we worked on that document for almost 1 year. All members of the National Consensus Forum. And one thing that took a lot of our time was definition of the problem, the root causes of the problem. Now, we defined the root causes of the problem in 2 ways. The first was the main root cause of the problem, and that was the document was agreed upon by all the members. We in the PCCA did not sign because there was one chapter that we did not agree with, and that chapter was about formation of a constitutional government and something like that. We thought that our main agenda in the document would be an agenda on the roundtable conference only. The rest of the things would be discussed in the roundtable conference. So that was why we did sign it up. But we fully contributed and agreed with most of the document, and particularly the definition of the problem. And what the first major problem that we defined was that the fundamental problem of South Sudan, pre- and post-independence, is that of strategic failure in governance. The political and military elites have failed to build an inclusive and modern state, one that unites the nation around a common patriotic vision, protects citizens equally, delivers justice, defends the country's sovereignty and territorial integrity, delivers social justice, and creates conducive conditions for its citizens to develop and prosper socially and economically. And then we went on to mention a number of other things that we believe were part of the root causes of the problem. Now, this issue of governance has been one of the major things we have been discussing. So we have fully captured that in the pre-submissions that we made. And that is why we thought that these issues of governance, including the issues of structuring the governance system in the country, should no longer go into a political agreement that is owned by a few people. It must go directly into the constitution so that it is long-lasting in the constitution as opposed to having it in a political agreement that has a short life. And the number of other things that were defined as part of this. We have all of these, and our submissions made use of these provisions. So we may not have an agenda called the root causes, but the issues and the solutions we are suggesting actually speak to the problem that we identified. So that has to be taken care of.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
يا شكرا كثير. استاذ رجب مهندس. دكتور حكيم تفضل. الكلام اللي قال هنا يبدو انه زول متصالح عودنا حاجات كثيره. الاجابه الاخيره اللي هو قالها في الاجنده هناك ممكن يكون الروت كوز ما موضوع، لكن الحاجات اللي هم قاعدين يخالفوها بتمس الروت كوز نفسها. لكن احيانا الجنرال بابليك ما بيفهموا حاجات زي دي الا ما يبي politician، لكن الناس العاديين I don't think they can understand. شكرا كثير استاذ رجب مهندس. تفضل دكتور حمدان.
يا شكرا للأخ رجب for giving an overview and also detailing some of the specifics around the discussions, the focus and so on. أنا بس كنت عاوز أقول بصورة عامة كده just to focus on this point is that I think, and I made these comments before, that the change in the position about focusing on the constitution, right? The focus on what they refer to as constitutional agreement, that the talks should result in having a constitutional agreement, which will then hopefully create the opportunities for people to focus on the constitution rather than on political arrangements that are dictated, for example, by the political actors. Okay, ف يكاد يكون ده النقطة اللي احنا مع ال PCCA بقينا متقاربين فيه, because PCCA I've never heard them talking about prioritizing a constitutional agreement. So this was something I felt that is something new from the PCCA and is directional change, which is aligned to what we are calling for as EPA and as on several occasions before, as well as PDM and so on. لأنه ده إحنا بنشوف ده إنه شنو. If we focus on constitution making, it would create a paradigm shift. خليك من إنه the fact that, for example, the revitalized agreement did talk about the constitution making process, but they never, as we have seen, we have also acknowledged that, and ما في implementation بتاعت agreement ده, and several other agreements, and these agreements have been signed, but there's no political will to implement these agreements, right? Because maybe the elites, do not see that as a priority, or otherwise they would have not delayed all of this time. Should have instead focused on that. So there has been a shift in your call. I have not heard about, maybe there is some agreement, among the participants. I know you can focus on constitutional agreement. Okay, in principle, this is our direction, and we've always maintained this. And you know, let us try to raise the issue of a paradigm shift from political agreements around power sharing to constitutional focus, which, because here when we then about the constitution, we're talking about the people-driven constitution making. And as a country, like when we participated in the referendum, وكنت زمان احنا participated في referendum, every South Sudanese participated to cast their vote. And it was, it was the people, it was the people who made the determinant, the people were the determinant force, to be or not to be. That's what happened for 2011. We, regardless of SPLM A or SPLM B, FDs and whatnot, which were later developments, لكن الفocus كان الوقت ذاك أنه in order for us to become an independent state, the people have to vote. And all of us went and voted as the people. It wasn't about SPLM, it wasn't about any elites, it was about the people, for us to gain this existence of a state. So that was this critical requirement, and it was within our rights to do so. And therefore, the referendum resulted in what? Resulted in us becoming a state. كويس؟ ده نمرة واحد. يعني القضية اللي أنا كنت عاوز أشير اللي هو هنا شنو؟ إنه شنو؟ The people had a role which cannot, be, replaced with anything else. There's no substitute. Now, if we also do look at the constitution making as similar, because at the end of the day, it's about the sovereignty of the people. Yes, let's focus and let's shift the focus from elites agreeing on political things and what. Let's shift the focus to be on the constitution making, and by implication, the direct participation of the people in the constitution making process. ده هو اللي يكون الأولوية. ده دائما احنا نتكلم من هذا المنطلق يعني. We always address it from this perspective. And then we progress further and say now, okay, but how is the constitution making process going to work? Our strategy and our articulation of how we can actually make this feasible is clearly, raised in our approach to, for example, the approach based on People's Constitutional Convention in Equatoria, in Upper Nile, and Bahr al-Ghazal, to achieve this kind of transformation and the involvement of the people. Like when they were involved in the referendum, then our people will now know that احنا ماشيين في المرحلة بتاع تأسيس بتاعت الدولة. We are going through the process of now giving the country a constitution, and this is no longer this is no longer the prerogative of the opposition groups or of the political elites. This is now more to do with sovereignty being vested in our people, and so it cannot be alienated, now to a select group of politicians or political parties, and so that's what we want to move away from. Maybe that's just our perspective. It's not a perspective shared by the rest of the political actors, right? It's just a perspective, position that we are taking as EPA. احنا عاوزين أول حاجة نلقى دعم وsupport to shift the focus to constitution making, and then we can talk about this constitution making process being people-centric, being people-driven, and to ensure the participation of all of our people. Like when they participated during the referendum, they participated with their vote. And now when it comes to constitution making, this is first and foremost a people-driven thing. They can participate in the same way like they did when they were participating in the referendum. And this is why we then say Equatoria People's Constitutional Convention, Bahr al-Ghazal People's Constitutional Convention, Upper Nile People's Constitutional Convention. And this will give the people of Equatoria the opportunity for them to elect their people's representatives to, the Constituent Assembly, to executive organs of the transitional period, to the legislative organ of the transitional period, and any other institutions, so that they are mandated directly by the people. So that way, it would ensure the direct participation of our people in Upper Nile, in Bahr Ghazal, and Equatoria. It is no longer made, subject to, or, becoming a hostage to political decisions by those who, are agreed on power sharing, for example. كويس. ما حتبقى قضية في يد political actors, because they are not, first of all, they are not mandated by the people. And that is what would result in saving the country. And of it, collective decision making and participation by the people. So this is the paradigm shift, from decision making in the hands of the elites to decision making in the hands of the people. This is really where we want to go as EPA. Yes, yeah, go ahead. And that is what I thought PCCA is directionally moving to kind of align with this approach, right? And then there are disagreements about some of the other also conclusions that you went along as PCCA to try to support. So I'll give you the opportunity to comment on this, but I hope you get my my kind of like rationale for this. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I got your rationale on this matter of constitution making that should be people driven and they should involve the people necessarily. Now, I want to categorize two things in a state. There are states in crisis and there are states that are functioning normally. In a normal functional state, you can organize conventions, you can organize meetings under trees, you can do all of those things possible. In a state in crisis, where governance itself is what is under question, you have difficulties doing the conventional things. And so that is where the conventional arrangement to have constitutional convention here and have it here and all of these things may probably be quite unrealistic in the current setup in South Sudan. You are aware about what has been happening between Ruang and Bentiu and the Unity State.
Yeah.
If you gather people for some of these events in some of these places, they will all get killed because of the level of insecurity that exists. And so in situations of crisis, you have seen where political actors and civic groups take up the responsibility to restore normalcy, to create the environment for the normal things to happen. You are aware, for example, if we take South Africa, the ANC worked as a party, negotiated as a political actor with the apartheid government to create the situation needed for all South Africans of all races, to begin to participate equally in the political activities of their country. Now, the same thing has happened, even the referendum you are referencing that allowed us to vote did not start with the votes. It started with a few people firing the first shot in 1955 in Tori. It went on 1983, a few more people went into the bush. Not the entire country, not the entire South Sudan. And eventually there was an agreement, the Comprehensive Peace Agreement. That agreement preceded the referendum, but laid the ground for the referendum to happen. It was the agreement that negotiated that there should be a referendum. That political agreement in a country that was in chaos was not decided by the population as a whole. Few political actors that were serious, civic groups, religious leaders, informed and organized groups of citizens to lead in resetting the political system to create the environment needed for us to have the referendum.
Yeah.
Even when we went for the referendum, we went under an interim constitution. Yeah. That constitution was not even discussed in the country.
Yeah.
So, in other words, the situation where we are right now, as I conclude, is a situation where it needs the EPA as a representative of the people. It needs organized groups, and normally political actors take lead in doing this, because they like in our case, it is the use of the gun and all of this that they use as a claim to get to the table. So this situation we have is quite an abnormal situation. But our thinking was that if we cannot get what we wanted, like you are explaining, the best case scenario of people's constitutional conventions here and there, what do we get? Our thinking was that the over 1,000 something people that you would get to deliberate on the constitution in a constitutional conference, get them to do that immediately, so that you reduce the powers all in the hands of the political actors who are very few.
Yeah.
You see?
Yeah, I get your point. I get your point. But my question is, has actually there been an attempt to try this, what you consider to be impossible? Has it even just been raised and discussed? That's my question. Because the idea of a political agreement should be a political agreement about allowing this sort of thing to happen. Like when in 2005, the political agreement made it possible for the referendum to take place. So we want an agreement that would make it possible for the People's Constitutional Conventions to take place, so that the people can be then directly involved. And my question is, have these been raised, or we're just making an assumption that these are normal circumstances, we cannot raise this because we have made a judgment that this will never be listened to by the other party, and so on. That is the clarification that I want to say. Thank you.
Let me present the clarification. At independence, there were two important agenda items that we were to deliver immediately after independence. One was a permanent constitution. That permanent constitution would have been produced by 2013. We would have had a permanent constitution and then elections in 2015. That failed. That was a process where the people were supposed to participate. It failed. It was failed deliberately. Then we came to 2013 when people went to violence. 2015, an agreement was signed, and the agreement demanded that there should be a permanent constitution. That failed. Until now, that permanent constitution has not come. Now, 2018, another agreement was signed. The permanent constitution was put in the agreement to allow people to participate. That also failed.
Sorry to interrupt. Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
To go again the same way, have another agreement and put the constitution in it, it is likely to be failed also in that same procedure. And that is why we think that instead of doing the same thing over and over again and expecting that you'll get a different result, why don't we try it differently? That is one. The second approach is EPA has been advocating for this for a very long time. You did, and we all heard what you have been explaining. We have not seen the progress we have made out of this. So we thought that we would need a different approach in this circumstance. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, I do understand that you have explained why you needed to have this agreement, constitutional agreement, which is, without, for example, the People's Constitutional Convention. First, I wanted to assess and confirm whether anyone actually raised it, because if it wasn't raised, then we're making an assumption that we have taken this course of action because we anticipated that going the other way will not be successful, and that's what you are concluding. But what I'm saying, maybe if we were there, if EPA was represented in these talks, EPA would have probably raised this and said, we agree with the proposal for a constitutional agreement. But then what does it detail? What does it say, this agreement? What would be the key pillars and provisions of having a constitutional agreement? What is the nature of that agreement? And what are the details of that agreement for implementation? What I'm saying, is that this opportunity did not arise to actually put this proposal on the table. None of you have raised this as a proposition. So which means that what we are talking on, and we're trying to propose and so on, nobody actually had the opportunity to raise it in these talks, unless you can confirm to me that you actually did raise it. But as a fact, you did not. And therefore, there was no opportunity for this view to be expressed so that people can explore, can we agree on this? Just like, in 2005, people agreed that a referendum is a key provision of this, and the people are going to participate in the referendum. If they did not put that, then the referendum would have not possibly taken place. They would have resulted to something else other than a referendum. So for us, we wanted first to raise this and see if there is consensus, if there is agreement with the principle and the details around it, And I think we have missed that opportunity. That's what I'm saying. We have missed that opportunity. Yes, thanks. We have had consultations. PCCA did not see anything wrong, for example, for us to participate, but the mediator and those in charge of the process did not invite us. So it's not, it's not the problem of PCCA. It's a problem of the organizers, the chief mediator, and so on and so forth, right? So, and that has deprived EPA and the people of Equatoria and the people of South Sudan to hear us tabling details of how this could be made to be a constitutional agreement, to just use your terminology, or the terminology that you are familiar with in the course of this discussion. So I think you'll probably agree with me that this was not raised. And therefore, there would be no reason to try to suggest that, it would not be successful because, and therefore you make the presumption that it would not be successful because it has been tried, people wanted to have permanent constitution time and again, and nobody focused on that. It's simply nobody focused on that because there has been no paradigm shift to trust in the people, in the sovereignty of the people, in the direct participation of the people. That is what is the problem. And if we can just have a conversation about this and judge whether this is something feasible and viable for us to focus on, that would be inclusive of Equatoria, inclusive of Bahar Ghazal, inclusive of Upper Nile, and then we would know who is the problem. Again, who is the problem that, is it the elites who are a problem? Is it the regime who are a problem? And then what is, are we going for halfway solutions to, the solution that we're proposing? Will it achieve the end result of people participating? Or we think that, this is also more effective way of bypassing the potential objections, the potential resistance by the regime in Juba. So then, the regime becomes the problem. And I think when we try to address these issues, the first is to put what is best for the country, what is best for the people in terms of inclusivity, in terms of the flow of sovereignty from the people to the constitution. And we should not avoid talking about it because we'll let the government then exercise pressure or put undue influence, and create presumptions in our minds that we shouldn't really go there because we've already seen that they have failed to do this. So let's agree with them. Let's seek the way for agreement. Now that brings me to the second point. So I'm making the assumption here that this has not been addressed. It has not been raised in many talks, and this idea of constitutional agreement is probably, I don't know if it was the proposal of PCCA that persuaded the others to go with this, or was it the proposal of the other political actors? Because it's important. Yeah, go ahead.
But maybe just before you move to the other point,
Yeah.
first of all, well, we did not, and first of all, we do not share the belief that the constitutional convention regionally and all of that is the approach. Our approach is a broader consultation based on the states.
Okay.
However, you have articulated this clearly, and I want to say we have totally failed in what we have presented in the Tumaini initiative, and also want to believe that this initiative possibly may not deliver peace to the country. Now, I would like you to give us an explanation as to what we expect from the process, that's the way you have articulated this.
Yeah.
Can you tell us, as to having articulated this as one thing, but how are we going to achieve it, if you have any idea in mind?
Yeah, certainly. You know, the mediation, I would expect the mediation wants to put the interest of South Sudan first, the interest of the people of South Sudan first. That is my presumption. And I want to, if I were to be in a peace process in Nairobi, I would want to be assured that this is the position of the mediator. This is the position of the other actors as well. They may differ about this, but at least that we will articulate that maybe that's not the position of the other actors, that we want a paradigm shift. And that's number one, the paradigm shift, like explained earlier. And then we say this is an argument for inclusivity. This is an argument for direct participation of the people. This is an argument for ensuring that there's a flow from sovereignty from the people to the institutions of the transitional period. Is a directional approach, a directional strategy, directional steer on how best we can be inclusive in the whole country, and that the current regime does not recognize that. And this is one of the major problems. This is one of the root causes that the regime would not bring itself to agree or to consider this as a legitimate shift that needs to happen in South Sudan, because it will probably run contrary to their concentration of power in the hands of the elites to be the ones making decisions, to be the ones driving the process and so on, so that they can preserve their vested interests. So we cannot, if I were there, would not want to miss this, because this is the issue. You know, there's no better time for us and our people to have these issues raised. That's one. And then you're putting a vision. And this is a venue now that gives you the opportunity to raise this matter as serious as it is before the mediators, before the international community, before the regional actors, that this is what South Sudan deserves. This is what the people of South Sudan deserve. And that we have lived with failure of the regime, of the elites, you know, in 3 or 2, whatever number of agreements that have been signed and not implemented, and the lack of political will and so on and so forth. So unless this regime recognizes that, you know, the country is most unlikely going to be able to transition peacefully. So we have to make this, because we want to address the root causes and a better, more effective strategies, maybe even in an inclusive manner. We may be raising it. PCCA would be raising a different perspective. Some of these other political actors will also, you know, raise it in a slightly different way and so on, right? But at least it would be inclusive. It would be open for these different actors to put their views on the table. And then we can have discussion and debate about it, including also the government. We want to hear their reaction to this. We want to hear, you know, but if they are not given the opportunity of communicating this position, then they would have no reaction to it. But if the talks are there to help us, you know, understand what the key issues are, what are the drivers and so on, what we think about, you know, salvaging or rescuing South Sudan, then they should be open to such discussion. And then hear what they how they were going to deal with it. Yeah. So that is how I will go about it. Now, in terms of how this will be implemented, this is a fundamental issue. Like we're saying, the referendum was entirely the right of the people, and it could have, nothing would have been done, without the referendum and participation of the people. This is also the issue with the constitution, because the constitution is about the will of the people. So how are you going to ensure that the people participate directly and to reflect their will, right? So it's not only, it is not a matter for the elites. That's our position. It's not a matter for the elites. The elites have a role to play, but the process has to be people driven, right? So somebody will argue that, okay, let's also have a process that is not necessarily and entirely driven by the people, like having a constitutional conference. It's a shortcut. You can have a constitutional conference, bring 500 people from South Sudan and so on, and then they go to a constitutional conference and then they agree on the text of the constitution. Bingo, that's done. And there's no word about whether there's going to be a referendum on the constitution. This, the participation of the people directly. How do we guarantee that those who are coming from these different counties, have done so freely, and consulted and have been elected by their people? Who is going to manage that? Is it the government? Is the government agreeing with that? So in fact, both scenarios, you cannot guarantee that that is more successful or that would be acceptable than the other people-driven constitution-making process. So it's just a case of trying it, putting it on the table like you have done. There should be another opportunity for us to have done this. Now, if you come then to, if we agree and this is how we can salvage the country and take the view of the people, right? How are we going to ensure that people are participating in having a say on these matters? You see? Or we just want to make the assumption that we're doing the best for the country. The actors, political actors, and civil society actors, by supporting a political agreement, is all that is needed, right? To reflect and support the best interests of the people. We're making an assumption. And I think we're also at risk of alienating decision-making by the people to the elites to assume those political decisions, on behalf of the people, even when they are not mandated. But I can present an idea, even like say, we are presenting a proposition that is people-driven, but that also the people have to accept that. People also have to be participants in this, you see? So how are we going to do that? It's not only a challenge to you, it's also a challenge to us. So if there is an agreement to do the best for our people, for our country, and to ensure that there's participation, so that no one would manipulate or come and say and argue later on that this constitution was just agreed in diaspora, or by an agreement, 1,000 people and so on, and there is no guarantee of effective participation by the people in electing those 1,000 people to go on and deliberate and pass a constitution in Kenya, because there is a modality of how you go about constitution making. We believe in having a people's constituent assembly, and we believe in electing people's representatives to serve in the constituent assembly, because they will ultimately ratify the constitution, right? We also have no issue with organizing, as a matter of best practice, organizing constitutional conference, right, for people to debate, discuss, and so on, so that what is generated by the constitutional conference are proposals that would help us make the best constitution possible, by way of inclusivity, by way of bringing in the experts, the political parties, and so on. And all that input from all of these people through the process of constitutional conference would feed and inform the constitution-making process. Usually, even the text of the constitution will be drafted by an independent body. But that does not exclude the inputs of the politicians, the civil society, all these different sectors. People should feel free to offer their, proposals for input into the constitutional text. And we can ensure that the constitutional drafting is totally independent of undue influences. But people should express themselves, and then we have a text of the Constitution, and then that text of the Constitution will then be subjected to the People's Constituent Assembly, where there are people's representatives entrusted and mandated specifically to pass the Constitution, including subsequent focus on,
Comment on this briefly. I think what we present is almost exactly the same with what you are explaining, with the exception of specifically defining it as regional constitutional conferences, conventions in Equatoria, in Bahr el Ghazal, and in Upper Nile. But everything else, we share the same views. Even in the drafting, we believe that we need a hybrid, independent drafting committee or body that should consist of constitutional experts that we know, well, maybe South Sudanese, and also others from outside South Sudan to be part of this constitutional drafting that would draft the text of the constitution. Now, what I really want us to focus on is the solution. How do we get that we are explaining? We are participating in the Tumaini initiative and presenting our ideas, and we are sure that these ideas are not going to be taken 100% as we present them. And we are not also guaranteeing that the Tumaini initiative is going to conclude with an agreement to resolve the crisis in the country. It might fail as well. And so let us rule it now completely out. And then let us find another alternative that we can deliver what we are articulating. Because the Tumaini initiative should not be a permanent obstacle to the ideas that we articulate. In your view, outside the Tumaini initiative, what do you think is the other process that we could initiate, or that you think is going to be there to get us to deliver on what we are articulating, or what you are articulating right now? Secondly, I may not have the right language to express this enough. In a situation of crisis the way we have, there is no way you start with the people to begin to do elections now. You are possibly going to be the elites to lead a fight. That is what has happened in almost all the countries in the world. A small group of elites will always rise, either as political elites or as civil rights groups, to fight and then create the environment for the people. So the element of saying we start this process with the people is completely unrealistic in the situation we face. It is going to be you to put your neck in the guillotine for the people for the first time until you create the environment necessary. Sometimes it might not even happen in our lifetime. Sometimes it might happen by success in our lifetime. So let us now, I want us to be productive in this conversation and say, we now do not believe in the Tumaini initiative, for example, rule it out. Can we talk about other alternatives that are going to be there, that we think these ideas we are presenting are going to be implemented, or we're going to use to get these ideas to the people, so that we have hope that what we have articulated beautifully will actually find a way to get to the people.
Yeah. Just a minute. Yeah, sorry. I was trying to open my mobile. It just depended on what have you. Yeah. That's a very good point. I think um, we're still we're still at this point of saying that uh, the country is in crisis. It's not feasible at all to bring the issue of the people first and prioritize the elites, and then the elites will create the environment for bringing in the participation of the people. You see, what is the purpose of peace talks? The purpose of peace talks as a venue is to act as a forum in which you bring discussions to the table. You explore without ruling anything outside, without the presumption that this government is not willing to accept this proposition, and therefore let's go for something less. Let's go for just elites, political actors, and as a more practical thing. We have an opportunity of something called Tumaini in Nairobi. We have the opportunity of the world listening to it. There are regional actors, there's international community representation, and there is, of course, local actors, the civil society, the political groups, and so on, right? It's an opportunity, it's a forum to discuss issues pertinent to the national interest of our people and to the best outcomes that we want to see. If we do not have the intention to discuss, these outcomes, no matter how challenging they are, because you cannot make a presumption that this option is not practical and therefore I'm going to rule it out. I think let's first of all agree that a medium or a platform that is intended to mediate peace, literally speaking, cannot be just made on the assumption that, there are no stones to be turned, or not to think outside of the box, including paradigm shift to give the opportunity for the people's direct participation, right? So first, we want to ensure that the platform is inclusive. It's inclusive in the sense that it is not restricted to Pagan, to Molong, to Stephen Way, and we conclude that these are the political actors, who can make decisions, political decisions on behalf of the people, because this is the best we can afford now in this set of circumstances. But the problem is that why not extend this forum to make it inclusive first in the first place, so that we have the opportunity to focus on what is good and what is best for our country, all of us. And maybe it may be a matter of cost as well. Then we might end up actually operating at a cost of something that will miss something. We will lose out on something, and our outcome will be limited. So, but my kind of position is that first, let's have an inclusive platform. Stress that to the mediators and say, there's need for us to be inclusive in order for us to at least to be thought of and perceived and seen to be inclusive, because we are in a diverse community, we are in a diverse society, and we need to reflect that. If I go back, for example, to the high-level revitalization peace process for Addis Ababa, it was not, to a large extent, it was inclusive of many different voices, some of which voices did not even want to sign the agreement in the end. But at least it was not exclusive. It was open for others to come forward and present their positions. And we did present this kind of position there in a plenary. We talked about our position, and we also raised it up as agenda as part of the agenda to shape the agenda of the peace talks and so on, right? So I would have loved to see the same opportunity afforded by the mediation, the Tumaini mediation. So the first is to try to make this mediation platform inclusive and to be tolerant of the different views, and then to evaluate and assess those views in the context of this peace mediation process. Before we jump to the conclusions about whether to include something, talk about the people, because we expect those people who are there to talk about the people. We expect them to reflect, and maybe they just, they don't have an idea about this side of argument, which is fair. No one can be, know it all. No one party or actor would assume the role of being all omnipotent and everything, right? And in terms even of exposure and knowledge is not the same. So that's why inclusivity becomes important. And then we can say, this is what we think is right for the country. And then we get a reaction from you, from the others, and from the government to assess if they would accept it. But if we know in advance that this government may not even entertain this, they are not willing to go as far as possible to align with the interests of the people, then it means that we're actually sleepwalking or just accepting the limitations of the government. When we know that this government is not legitimate, soon or later, it will run out of time. Now, look, 2024, end of 2024 is coming. And there is no constitution, which is mandated by the agreement to have been in place before we can go for elections, right? So that's already a violation of the agreement. It's not the right thing to do. So we can let the government, if they're not prepared, then these mediation talks in Nairobi would actually not bring out any effective outcome for the country. And so it would turn out to be an excuse for the current government to extend itself in power for another 3 years. If we go along with we'll come to the discussing that later on, what PCCA was also suggesting, along with the other actors. It means that we are actually, knowingly or unknowingly, we are actually giving a lease for extension of this government by another 3 years. It is not dependable. It is not worthy of trust. So, but we have to sign an agreement, put that agreement, in the language of alignment to people's participation or a conference in Nairobi and so on. But what's the guarantee that they cannot undermine this agreement as well? Because they have proven track record of undermining agreements, 1, 2, or 3 agreements, and it's the same, the same طاقم بتاعت الطغمة الحاكمة يعني. It's the same elites who are in power. So, but the idea here is that the forum will provide some exercise of pressure on all actors, on all sides, including the government, brought under scrutiny as to, this is a proposal. What's your reaction to this proposal? And that has to be, there has to be transparency about this, so that we know truly where the government is actually seeking change, or whether the government is just seeking a lease to continue for another 3 years and give it additional time to pretend that they're putting together a constitution, and may even not provide the environment for proper constitution making. So we have to make a choice. Do we want to play along and allow the government to get some kind of steer from the Tumaini to accept to reach an agreement for extension of the government for 3 years. We think that's the right way to do, the right thing to do, so that in the end we'll get to where we want to go. What about if we say, no, this is not really the right way to go about it, and say, look, we don't see that this is a genuine desire, the part of this government to really do the right thing. And they just want to get off. There is a looming crisis that the tenure of the agreement is coming to a close, and the government is not ready to conduct a free and fair and credible elections. So we have to come to a choice. Like, this is a crossroads. Either the government is looking for a cover to extend itself in power and avoid the challenge of having to come to an end, or they would continue to become like a de facto, but without a legitimacy. That's also a choice. There will be then evidence that, well, the government is not legitimate. It doesn't care anyway. It just wants to rule. The whole world will know that. The people of South Sudan will know that. And it might be better and, perhaps even more effective to have this kind of pressure and labeling of the government as a pariah state that is not willing, does not believe in freedoms and liberties and political, civic space for citizens in the country to participate in the constitution-making process. Such a government may not get support from the international community, from the region, and so on, because they are proven not to actually be there for the interest of the people. That's another route. That would be the ultimate price that would have to pay, But let's first put the right thing in place, put the pressure, put the ideas, the proposals, and so on, and get the agreement or no agreement from the government on this. And then the government would have to choose. What options do they have on the table? One option is to co-opt these political actors in the name of a constitutional agreement, if that will do the job. The actors like Pagana Moom, Stephen Way, and Paul Malong will come in, and that will be seen as a successful agreement. Of course, for them, it is a successful agreement, but not a successful agreement for the whole country. So the crossroads is coming at the end of 2024. Do you really believe that the government is going to be holding free and fair elections by December this year? If they are not ready, and in our assessment, they are not ready to have free and fair elections, and they even don't have a constitution for conduct of such elections, then are we trying to help give it extension so that they can now claim that they have another extension of 3 years anyway? There should be no more pressure on them because they now have pressure anyway to live. I mean, extension now to live for another 3 years in office. Those are the considerations we have to bear in mind. What's your take on that? Because PCCA has, expressed its acceptance of instituting a transitional government, and that this transitional government would be led by Salva Kiir on condition that at the end of the transitional period, this new transitional period, Salva Kiir will then step down, and maybe Riek will also step down. And then the incentive is that they would not be subject and liable to prosecution of any kind, including crimes committed, because that is the incentive for them to accept this kind of agreement, so that they will be let off, and it's because they are also liberators. Yeah. So the measure of being liberators is now being taken advantage of, but not how they destroyed the country. How many billions and millions of dollars have gone missing? The runaway corruption and all of this. But all of this has to be forgiven because they are liberators. Does it really make sense? What kind of liberators are these? Just because they are liberators, they commit all of these crimes, and they get away with it as an incentive to leave power. And then after that, they're given all the privileges as former president and so on. This is a position of PCCA now. Am I wrong in saying that? So, yeah. Okay, explain that. Yeah, because this is what I listened to in the communications. In the communication, just a minute. The communications that Abraham Wallich shared, unless I misread it or I did not understand the words expressed in that communication, which I have. I can play the relevant sections to clarify this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, I want us to be solution oriented in these conversations, because we have been conversing on the platforms, these social media platforms, forever, and these conversations just end there without helping us. And if we want to make good use of this time we spend on the social media, let us be solution oriented. I'm going to do two things. The first is to get you back to the question. Maybe you can mute yourself.
Okay, sorry, I didn't realize that.
The first is to say we do not put all our eggs in one basket. So I want to still state that there is no guarantee that the Tumaini initiative will provide a solution. We participate. If it provides a solution based on the participation, fine. If it doesn't provide a solution, the urge for finding lasting solution must continue. And I would like you to suggest what you think outside the Tumaini initiative, and ruling it out completely. What do you think would be an alternative that we have or we can pursue to get to a solution? I want us to have that as one of the answers we get from this conversation. Okay. The second is the issue of the transitional period is ending, and the question of the elections. That we don't even discuss the issue of the elections, because we know there is not going to be elections in the country anytime soon. So not even in December this year. So the transitional period is going to end. What do you do? Now, there are two important things we must note. Number one, regardless of what our desires would be and the interests would be, number one is that if there is no alternative arrangement, the existing government is going to be recognized and will continue to function with the international community. Unless there is an alternative, this system is going to continue. Now, what do we do? One thing we can do is to find a way to delegitimize any further extension. Beginning tonight, we begin to mobilize to say there should be no further extension. Any extension will not be recognized. And therefore, if that is the case, there then should be an alternative to the arrangement that will end, to the current system, whose term will end by the end of this transitional period, which is the 22nd of February 2025. So what do you do? That means you must find a way to get an alternative arrangement. For us who are participating in the Tumaini initiative, we would say there should be no further extension, and the Tumaini initiative should be used as one option to create an arrangement that takes the country after the end of this transitional arrangement. What comes out as the agreement that would come out of this is something in the works that we cannot determine at the moment. But that would be one option. If not, then we have to find another alternative. That by the end of the transitional period, there should be an end to the transitional government, and there must be a new arrangement that takes the country forward. how you determine that is something that we might need to agree on, because we must be practical. By the 22nd of February next year, midnight, should there be no alternative arrangement, the world, there's just going to be no, I mean, the country cannot be running on a vacuum. And so even if you delegitimize the authorities, the international community, the rest of the country would want an authority in place, even bad as it is. So these are critical, real challenges, challenging issues. And as actors in this field, really responsible and informed citizens, I want us to find solutions rather than not blames, but really practical solutions that would work in this context. Maybe I would leave this to you and the other members on the panel to try to find out, so that we are more practical in what we discuss and see that we are moving towards something that is practical, or solutions that are practical.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Rajab. Starting with solutions that are practical, and the looming 10-year and end of the transition period. Yeah. So I think the first option that you just described, if I were to be in this peace talks, I would argue for no extension whatsoever. There's no extension. There would be no extension for the current government. The R-TGONU cannot be entrusted with further mandate and authority. So we want to cross that line so that this is now clearly R-TGONU, whose tenure in office has expired. And yes, there is the issue of incumbent authority, right? That is a matter for us to discuss and decide what we can do about it. And this is the right venue. This is the right venue to address this, whether it will be accepted or not, but that has to be raised. So do not jump into, if I were in this process, I would not be helpful to support creating a transition from R-TGONU to another transitional government with the same actors that have failed the country, they have destroyed the country, and they have corrupted and created the mess that we are in today. And so I would rather bet and make calculations and arguments for not supporting the continuation of this incumbent system. That is partially, a tactical strategy. Okay, that is partially a tactical strategy that would serve the objective of ensuring that they do not have legitimacy and another lease of life to continue business as normal. They may force themselves, but that's a different matter. That's a different matter. But if we enter into an agreement with them to have another government to subsequently follow this government with Salva Kiir as its head, right? We are making a mistake. That would be committing a mistake. It's better that we keep our hands clean, except for those politicians who want to just, use the 3-year period to empower themselves. And as long as this is not going to result in Salva Kiir's being held accountable and, all this kind of stuff, you haven't answered that yet. You'll come back to that. And you're making that, of course, PCCA made it conditional. But even the prospect of expecting Salva Kiir to accept it and make it conditional on them not being prosecuted is not a starter. I would not argue for that. So the first thing is that to ensure that first we don't give them the opportunity to extend themselves in power by our support for an agreement that is going to be seen as an extension of Kiir's Kiir's leadership in government, right? would rather argue for not supporting an agreement with them, and would rather let them force themselves, because they either recognize that it is wrong, and they just have to follow what the people want, what the country as a whole want, or they just insist. We may expect that 80% of the time, 90% of the time, they will want just to be the incumbent government, and they know that they have guns in their hands. Nobody would remove them by force, right? Let's make that assumption. But that is not going to go down with the international community like you think. That the international community, the region, and all of that would just, of course, they don't have a power to intervene. They cannot intervene on the behalf of the people to resolve the issues of South Sudan. They leave that as the responsibility, our responsibility to change the situation, and not the international community sending in forces to remove Kir from power by force. They would not do that. Even the region would not do that, right? They should be supportive of there being free, fair, and credible elections based on a constitution that has come through a process of consensus and all of that, right? So that is what we would expect them to help and support and give, their support to. Support the constitution-making process, support, the necessary institutions that need to be carried out. So first, deny the government the possibility of becoming extended, deny the possibility of extension to the government. That's number one. That's the key, one of the key objectives. Now, then coming to what do we do? What are the solutions? Okay, what are the solutions? We should articulate to the peace process that unless, of course, they don't have the ability, of course, to implement the agreement, to mobilize the resources, the country's economy is in tatters, and all of that. But what we need to be able to say is that what we really want is that as soon as the tenure of this government comes to an end, and I've mentioned this to you before, I've actually stated this on several occasions, that yes, we should seek new transitional arrangements. And there can be a transitional arrangement in an administrative capacity without exercise of political power, without the exercise of making political decisions. And that even the president and all these vice presidents and whatnot, their tenure would have come to naught. And we can take civil service to take responsibility for the government of the country for a set period of time. And we also raise the issue of financing and support by the international community, the regional institutions, and so on, to support this proposal of having constitutional conventions in the respective parts of South Sudan, like we've said, Equatoria, Upper Nile, and Bahr Ghazal, to elect representatives, people representatives to these organs of the transitional arrangement. That these are the people who will exercise political power. And that may be for 12 months, so we can have an administration of 12 months to run the affairs, the day-to-day affairs of the government as they currently do, but without the politicians, without the ministers, without, the president, and none of that would be in power, only in symbolic terms. That, for example, we can even look at arrangements where we say we get incumbents whose responsibility and limited authority is to do A, B, C, D, but not exercise political decision making in certain areas. So they don't have powers, all the powers that is vested in the political decisions at the moment. So we limit and we give a period of 12 months. And then these 12 months will allow time for us to institute these conferences. Of course, that will require commitment. And also ourselves in our different areas, Equatoria, Upper Nile, and Bahr Ghazal, we have a vested interest in helping the country come out with a constitution. So we organize these people's constitutional conventions in Equatoria, in Upper Nile, Bahr Ghazal, elect people's representatives to Constituent Assembly, elect people representatives to legislative and executive organs and any other institutions. Now these people are mandated to assume their responsibilities at the end of the 12-month period or 9-month period in which this process has been. لكن طبعا ده بيحتاج اهو resources, بيحتاج لحاجات كده. But this is a safer way out, and I think the international community will probably understand that this is really people participation. This is no longer being dependent on elites. This is now South Sudan trying to change things by themselves. They should be supported and given every opportunity to go through this process so that there is a flow of mandate. There's a flow of mandate and sovereignty, from the people to the institutions of the new transitional arrangement. And then after these 12 months, we've gone through these people's constitutional conventions, and then we come out with people who will fill government positions for the remainder of the transitional period. So if we say the transitional period, the first 12 months or 9 months is administrative, oversight, and then followed by the process of constitutional conventions and bringing in, electing in the representatives of the people to fill all of these organs of the transitional period, then at the end of that 9 months or 12 months, and now these elected representatives of the people will assume their role to exercise political power, which is mandated by the people. And so it would be that they will now take decisions in running the affairs of the country for the remainder of the transitional period. Maybe it's 2 years, for example, and during these 2 years, there may be things like you already talk about, census, consultations, running now the effective processes of getting the people to go through the constitution making process, because you have elected the Constituent Assembly, and now you can conduct these constitutional conferences. You can, by the new government, you can conduct any other consultative work that you need to do, drafting of the constitution, subjecting it to constitutional conferences, wider consultations. You should be able to exercise those powers and participation of the people and the whole country in this process, so that by the end of that period, now you would have probably even passed the constitution, and you have come to the end of the adoption of the constitution, and then the remainder of the period will be dedicated for now conducting elections on the basis of this new constitution, right? So that is how I would present it to the peace talks as a proposal worth considering, and also being very clear that there is no more extension to the government, to the current incumbent. There is no more extension to them. So that is how I would approach this, from a practical standpoint, but not getting into agreement with the government, which will give them the opportunity to extend themselves in power. They don't have every and absolute power to continue to be incumbents. And that needs to be a challenge, because there needs to be a shift now for our people to participate in decision-making, political decision-making. We want to bring the refugees from the respective areas and countries of refuge in Uganda, Kenya, Egypt, so that they can come to a level playing field. And, here is no longer in power. The national security and operatives and all of that, they will no longer be in power. But that might sound unrealistic. But if we have such an arrangement as an outcome of an agreement, then that's all doable. Because we know, for example, that here has got, like you said, like PCCA said, the Tiger Battalion is all a tribal army, recruited by the president, and so on and so forth. PCCA is proposing that they should be dissolved. And that is the right thing to do, right? I would support that they need to be dissolved. So you can see that there's something here to try. If it works, it will work better for the whole of the country. That's how I look at it. And I think the other point was about solutions, isn't it? Like, let's focus on solutions. And I think this is saying the Tumaini process is not successful. What else can we do outside of Tumaini? Yeah? What else can we do outside of Tumaini? Which is a very good question as well. If we make the assumption that Tumaini is not going to be successful, before we make that assumption, first of all, we take it for Tumaini as an opportunity to bring some of these ideas that I mentioned. And now, if we then move to the other side of the argument, they say Tumaini is not actually promising anything, and we should not think about it. We should think of alternatives outside of Tumaini. So, what would be that? What would that be? So the first would be like, say, okay, we still have Sant'Egidio, which is meant to be inclusive forum. So if Tumaini is not successful, why not reform Sant'Egidio to make it a better forum and learn mistakes from Tumaini, and also learn mistakes from it, from the past performance of Sant'Egidio, and whether that could be transformed to be an alternative venue in which all of these issues could be brought together. And by being inclusive, we're actually aligning also with what you guys are proposing to be as the idea of a roundtable conference. So that idea is actually, if the Sant'Egidio Forum is there, it would act as a roundtable conference. What is a roundtable conference? After all, it's about bringing all these perspectives together and to come up with options, to come up with the better options for the way forward. So we could, approach it from this angle, saying that let's expand Sant'Egidio, let's make it more inclusive, because Tumaini is not ready to deliver, right? So let's move the value to Sant'Egidio, back to Sant'Egidio, but then make it more inclusive and then make it more amenable to the agendas that we want to present, so that there's no limitation on what we can put on the table. That's just another trial, because we are seeking less violent approaches, which is good for the country, that we could reach to a solution without violence, right? That's the best ideal, to reach to a solution without violence. And maybe Sant'Egidio, being hosted by the church, being sponsored by the Pope and everything, they should be more open to inclusivity and a genuine attempt to bring a resolution to the conflict in South Sudan. So that would be in the immediate term. So, for example, PCCA should be allowed to participate in Sant'Egidio. All the parties that participated in Sant'Egidio before, they should be participating. Those who were excluded from participation should be given the benefit of the doubt to participate, and make it more realistic without setting up barriers against others, right? So that would be creating an alternative forum for peace. Other than that, of course, if that doesn't work, the government is not willing, because it's the same government that has made the process of Tumaini ineffective. So Sant'Egidio may not add any value. That's the other side. It doesn't mean that just because Tumaini was not effective, then it's going to be effective in Sant'Egidio, right? You cannot guarantee that. So in which case, we're going to create a crisis of legitimacy in South Sudan. We're going to create instability, political instability, the fact that there is no consensus about the way forward. And of course, as you all expect, that this would lead to the disintegration of the country, and people would have to resort to protecting themselves as a last resort. That there's no real effective government in Juba. This is just a bunch of criminals and cartels that are looting the resources in the name of the country. So leave it to their devices. I mean, to what extent can be more successful anyway? if there is illegitimacy in the country, there's dysfunction, people are without salaries, the economy is falling apart. So let them run it. Do you think that they will be able to rectify it? That people will now continue to go for years without salaries? Would we not be ending in the position that we have seen in Kenya? The wrath of the people, the anger, for how long would people tolerate this? Well, it will be up to them to judge that. There has to be now a confrontation between the people and the government. This is what the PCCA was calling for in the beginning, which is popular uprising. And I have no objection to that people would be forced by the circumstances or willingly, to a position where they have nowhere else to go. They have to confront, you are no longer able to sustain your family, you are not able to feed them, you can't even treat yourself. You can die from any disease which is preventable because you can't afford medication, and many people are already going through this. So it's a crisis, and let's see how Kir can resolve the issues of the country. When they're diverting all the resources, they're not paying people salaries, the economy is in tatters. I mean, isn't that indication that they're going to fail? Let them fail. Let them, there's no mercy in this, right? There's no mercy because they are refusing. They are refusing to do the right thing. So does that answer your question? Thank you. Yes, Rajab.
Rajab, were you going to respond, or is it okay if I jump in? So I think I'm just going to go then.
Yeah. You step in.
Thank you, Rajab. I really just want to thank everyone. I want to thank the speakers and the panelists, Rajab, Hakim, and I think Bashir just stepped out as well. And we're going to have, yes, he's back. And the people in the audience, and Ayeko, I believe that this is a really, really important conversation. This is a very important session, especially the focus on solutions. And really, it's very transparent. And I think we need to name things for what they are. I was aware, so I don't know what has been discussed before now, but what I caught, had to do with the whether or not the current government, okay, I'll just call it a government, should be extended. I do concur with everyone who is against the extensions, no extensions. So since we're talking about solutions, I think it's really, really important to discourse. It's very important to involve the people. After all, they are the authority and it's their country, and they need to be fully involved. But right now, you see, there's no security. There's absolutely no security. I don't know if the PCCA was able to bring that forward, because I think security is the utmost important factor relating to whether people contribute, whether people participate, whether there's open discourse and transparent. And we don't really even have to agree with what people want. But they need to be able to speak their minds. They need to be able to verbalize what they want or what's needed. I also agree with the constitutional conventions, because this is about the people. The constitutional conventions and the consultations are about the people. After all, they are the ones who give the mandate. So what has happened, what has gone down in South Sudan is that a bunch of people have usurped authority, and they're just running with it. So they need to be told in no uncertain terms that they cannot do that anymore. And I get that, they're going to resist, but we have to be very principled and convey in no uncertain terms that there will be no extensions, and give the reasons why. And I'm pretty sure, Rajab, the PCCA must have conveyed, some of those reasons why there should be no extension before, they decided to negotiate and say, okay, well, maybe we can let these people stay for another few more years, and then.
Sorry, Margaret. Actually, PCA's position is that there should be an extension. This is what Abraham Awolech stated in his address and update to the people of South Sudan. They even go further and suggest that Salva Kiir and Riek Machar are liberators. So if they accept extension of the transitional arrangement, conditional on them actually leaving power at the end of it, stepping down, then there would be no basis or no reason for us to hold them liable for crimes, any crimes that they committed. So this is what PCA's position is. They are ready and willing to let them off the hook if they can accept the condition that they step down after 3 years. And that is the incentive being offered for Salva Kiir to stay in power for 3 years, and then at the end of which they will step down. If they don't accept that, then PCA is saying then they would not be they would be at risk of being held liable for crimes that they committed, right? So they're giving them incentive, and this was the position of the political actors as well, like those of Pagana, Moom, FDs, and so on. So I just wanted to clarify that, and this is the point that I was trying to bring Rajab to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hakim. So I am just guessing that because you see, we're not on the ground, so I'm not sure what the rationale is. But on my side, honestly, I am saying that there should be no negotiation with criminals, and they really should be looked at as that, because there's a lot of issues that have not yet been dealt with. Especially the reason why the country is in a mess right now. The two people, Kiir and Malong, were responsible for the carnage that has happened in South Sudan right now. And they really should not be rewarded, or they should not participate in what happens going forward. They should not. And I think the message needs to be very, very clear that they cannot also be the ones adjudicating their own case, because they are the reason why the country is in a mess. And the genocide that actually started this off in 2013 has not even been dealt with. They just swept it under the carpet, and it's not acceptable. So those are things that have to be highlighted. They have to be mentioned. They have to be talked about. They cannot be swept under the carpet. And that's why I believe that the people need to be looped in. And I know, okay, there was a national dialogue, and they're paying a deaf ear to the national dialogue, and that's wrong. So we have to revisit the national dialogue, because the people spoke. The people spoke about what they want, what they need. So those are things that have to be revisited. And if possible, if constitutional conventions cannot happen in person, they can be done virtually. Everyone has a cell phone these days. So instead of spending money in Nairobi, lots of money on paying hotels, and housing elites, and deciding that it has to be elites that decide what should happen going forward, that those funds can be used for funding airtime, for funding phones, okay? It will be a fraction even, of the cost, of converging in Nairobi for the Tumaini. And it's a so-called Tumaini. I know Tumaini means hope in Swahili, but really it is not. Because it's the same people who put the country to where it is right now, who are the ones who are cherry picking who goes to Nairobi, and they're the ones directing the process. And Ruto has made a very poor judgment not to consult with the other parties that are fearful of going to Nairobi. And it's real. The safety and security is real. You have seen, the images coming from Nairobi. Young people, young children being killed, young children being mowed down. So Nairobi is not a safe location for everyone. And that's the reason why there needs to be other alternatives. What I'm trying to push for here is a virtual tools. They have worked. This is the 21st century, post-COVID. You don't have to congregate in a hotel where you're constantly looking, over your shoulder, where you're afraid of being kidnapped by lawless thugs that come from South Sudan even, okay? Or even Kenyans, So we can do these things virtually like what we're doing right now. You don't have to spend that much money in air travel. You don't have to spend money in hotel bills, and you don't have to spend money on security. You can just do these things from your living room like what we are doing right now. It's effective. Okay, and so the political actors who are congregating in Nairobi right now, most of them were responsible, like I said, for what has happened in South Sudan, and they cannot be trusted. Malong and Kir cannot be trusted. They can't be trusted to be also involved in mapping the way forward, in directing it. And I'm pretty sure Kir is the one who is directing what should happen now, and that's wrong. Okay, so these things have to be made public, and people have to protest about these things that are happening. These kangaroo courts, So they should not have the monopoly. They should not be cherry picking. They should not deprive the people of providing feedback and input. They need to involve the people. The people need to be involved. And I know, Dominic, you wanted to know, to have a definition of the people. You see, for me, when I'm talking about the people, I think back to the referendum. Okay, so when there was a referendum, whether or not the Southern Sudan should remain part of Sudan, the people were able to be mobilized. Everyone was able to be mobilized, including the diaspora. So it's anyone who wants to participate. It should be anybody who wants to participate and anybody who has something to say. So really, it's just a matter of now organizing how that can happen. Okay, so that is a logistic question that we can talk about the best way to organize that, a virtual thing. Because without security, even the constitutional conventions will come to naught. And that's the thing that has to be addressed. I don't know if it was actually talked about even, security for everyone, and not just the elites, who are congregating in Nairobi. And there was a question from Bella about why Kir should be bribed to accept peace. Yes, it actually amounts to bribery, like negotiating with him, negotiating and saying, if you step down after a year, or if it's such a period, you will not, be prosecuted. I think this should be taken away from Kir, because what he did was not right. It was not right. You cannot mass murder people. You can't, commit genocide like what you did against Nuer people and be bribed and say, we'll look the other way. No, people should not look the other way, and they need to know, and if it means the country disintegrating, it's just a natural consequence, of holding people accountable. Okay, you simply cannot, offer immunity to anyone who is not even repentant. If he was repentant, that would be different. He is not, and even in his non-repentant state, he's manipulating processes. He's cherry picking, and he's basically stage managing what happens. And that's wrong. The country has reached a crossroads. What is done now will make or break it. And that's why, I really appreciate your call for solutions, Rajab, and everyone. I think we need to focus on solutions, yes. And people have to be very open, and they have to be very transparent, and they have to be willing to hear criticism. Like if someone comes to me and says they don't trust me, you owe this person to say, okay, tell me more. Tell me why you don't trust me. What can I do for you to trust me? Those conversations have not occurred yet. Okay, so I do agree with the fact that we need to mobilize to say no more extensions, no matter what. And extensions are just not acceptable right now. Okay, so and with South Sudanese, the people need to create an arrangement themselves. They need to be in on it. We just have to discuss the logistics of that. Mediation, and I doubt that it's safe to participate in person, especially for people like us who are so noisy and unwanted. Nairobi. We are persona non grata, and so you can't really even risk going to that land. And there's more people like that. So for me, I think the best solution is to organize a virtual constitutional convention and many conventions, to consult with people and make it possible for them to use their phones like what we're doing right now, to consult, to give feedback, to give input, and that way, it's just really a matter of now talking about how to make that possible. It was possible to mobilize the masses, including in the diaspora, for the referendum. What I'm offering, what I'm proposing is that it is quite possible to implement constitutional conventions virtually. It's possible. In the current situation of South Sudan, where it's completely unsafe, and it's unsafe for people to go to Kenya too. Okay, it's very unsafe, because there's just no security. You see, if Kenya was secure, you wouldn't see the images of young children being mowed down and killed. So Kenya is not even secure, and that's the reason why I'm pushing for virtual conferences, and that way people are free to speak their minds. People need to be free, and if they don't agree with anyone, they need to be able to be allowed to say they don't agree with what's being said. Okay, so I do understand. I see that Kir could continue. If no solution is arrived at, Kir might continue. But like Akim says, you see the natural consequence is that the country could disintegrate, and it could be so chaotic, so disorderly that there'll be more victims. And if we can avoid that, that will honestly be way, way better. It would be way better to have a more orderly transition, but the people are wise enough to basically say what should happen. I think they are quite capable. We just have to talk about the logistics, about how to make that, that possible. And in terms of Riek and Kir resigning, I honestly believe that's the most honorable thing for them to do. And then, we can leave it up to the people to decide what they want, what they need, to happen, for restitution. If they decide to forgive Kir and Riek, so be it. you know, but the people need to be looked in, they need to be roped in, they need to be involved. They need to say their piece, they need to say their mind. In addition to the national dialogue, the one that was not doctored, the original one. Okay, so that we have that document. So it's just a matter of referring to it now and revisiting some of the recommendations that came from the people, and just implementing those resolutions. And it's not going to be easy because Kiev is trying to stage manage. He's trying to manipulate the process to his own detriment. It's not going to work, okay? Like, you cannot stage manage things and think it's going to work. It will not work. And you can't look the other way once after killing people, you know, through genocide. You can't. You just can't turn a blind eye after massacring Nuer people, the thing that started this carnage in the first place. Those are things that have to be talked about. Kir and Malong need to be held accountable. We simply cannot sweep some of these things under the carpet. They are now running around and being the ones participating, leading a process in Tumaini. And Ruto himself has very poor judgment. You see the result of his poor judgment. Because, you know, when he was approached by Kir, he should have consulted. He should have consulted with everybody that he's trying to bring in. He needed to have consulted and heard them. So the poor judgment is going to lead to a failed Tumaini. And after so much money that could have been spent on the masses, that could have been spent on suffering South Sudanese, it's just going to be a total failure. And it's a failure on Ruto's side because he's totally poor, you know, sense of judgment. You know, and we see his poor judgment all over the news right now. Okay, and him retracting and you know, retracing his footsteps, and it's a little too late. Okay, so he cannot do the same thing to South Sudanese. He can't be allowed to do that. That's the reason why, you know, we need to take this process on, and if possible, organize a parallel, you know, consultation process even. There's nothing to stop people from organizing a process to consult. And you do not need to congregate somewhere. You can do this thing virtually. You can consult, and then you can decide what needs to happen. And if something has to be ratified, then you can ratify it maybe in Rome or some other place that's safe. Okay? So these things can be done. We just have to, you know, involve more people and talk about the logistics. And people will have ideas. Okay? So if you allow them to speak, and the roundtable can be something like this. That roundtable conference can even be virtually. Okay, so that nobody has to spend money on airfare, no one has to spend money on hotel bills, nobody has to spend money on security. All you have to do is just log in, like what we're doing right now. Okay, people do that all the time these days. Why not South Sudanese? Okay, so I'm just going to end here for now. I might come back later on or not, but I want to thank everybody again for participating, for being in the audience, and I really hope that, you know, this session is being recorded because we need to avail it to a wider audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Akulia. التوضيحات الكاملة فضلت بها، ومشكور برضو أستاذ رجب مهندس، of course الدكتور حكيم داري برضو ادانا بعض أو ألغى بعض الإضاءات وبرضو.
Yeah, I think we need to give a chance still to Rajab because there's a pressing point that I raised earlier, which is the position of PCA, because it seems to have maybe not the same view as what was expressed by Abraham Awelij, and I have a recording of Abraham Awelij which I can share just to ascertain. But let's first of all give opportunity for Rajab to come on this. I think the other issue is that to make the Tumaini process more inclusive, and I think that's what Akulia is trying to suggest, that those who are not present there can still participate virtually. That is feasible. Because the idea is to collect the views of the different parties, the different groups, and so on. There's no harm doing that instead of like the limitation of having to be physically in Nairobi when the circumstances are not providing guarantees for security and so on. So yes, welcome, Rajab, if you can comment on that.
Okay, good. Thank you. First of all, with regard to the issue of the communication that was made by Awolif that you asked, there are things that there are different approaches with different results. If you ask the majority of the population, they would definitely have their position on the status of the president. And when people were asking the national dialogue, they made that position clear. Now, to achieve that for a process of a negotiation, I find it extremely unrealistic to say, let us have this negotiation, and the negotiation involves the government, and that the negotiation should conclude by saying, yes, we have discussed, we have understood that well, we have not performed very well, and therefore let us negotiate, but at the end of the negotiation, we are going to walk away, all of us, and then we're going to allow new people, maybe the opposition, to come in and replace us. When you go for a negotiation, the parties involved in the negotiation definitely have a stake in the outcome of the negotiation. So when you are negotiating, I don't see in a negotiation where there is where it is realistic to say we negotiate and then those who have negotiated must leave the process as such. So it is going to be extremely difficult to achieve that outcome through a negotiation. And that is why we have the thinking of alternative solutions, where you first of all guarantee a process through the constitution that would eventually take out, that would eventually make it impossible for that would limit the ability of some actors to continue to rule and lead the country forever, and also find a way to use that you can think that at the end of it all, you create a situation where you turn power over to the people. That is what we think in a negotiated process you would achieve. If you want President Kiir to leave today, the approach is not going to be through a negotiation with him. It is either you mobilize people to come on the streets to demand that he leaves, or you use other approaches. And so our expectation should be based on the realistic approaches that we are using. So in a negotiation, definitely the actors negotiate how this processes go. Our ability as the PCCA is completely limited to what we can do through a negotiation. And let us honestly be also open to this. We are all actors, and we all have either the same or different expectations. And some of those expectations, we put them in expectations. Sometimes we say we have unrealistic expectations. So if there is a way you can end the transition, anyone can end the transition completely, and then gets all those who are in government to resign, that we would like to see. It is not within our powers completely, even if we would try what we could. And so what approach we are using at the negotiation is with what we think is within the means of the negotiation. And so we may have an intended goal for the country, unintended vision for the country the way we envision it, but our approaches will depend on, and the strategies will definitely depend on the approaches that we use. That is the situation we have, Dr. Hakim. And so some of the things we have said here, that we want to see that complete change immediately, and some of this, I don't think we're saying this because we can do them. Even as we talk, some of these things I don't think we are realistically going to achieve them as such. And so we think of best options that would work. Number two is something to do with the consultations that President Ruto should have consulted. I have engaged with this process quite a bit, and with the Secretariat team even before this process commenced. The actors, some of the actors were consulted, deeply consulted. Dr. Hakim was even consulted, I think. I do not know how they discussed and ended up not participating. But some level of consultation was done on the issues of security. The government of Kenya has also tried and demonstrated what it could do to provide security. Now, what I find a little bit difficult and possible, not entirely for everyone, is the issue of the participation, virtual participation. There was a time someone, I think, was recommending on the social media here in the clubhouse that South Sudan should actually go for elections online, that we should vote for the president and members of parliament online. And when I checked, the online coverage in South Sudan is, I don't know, around 15 or 20%, not more than that. And this is largely in the urban areas. And so if we are honest about public or people's participation, online or virtual participation may be difficult for quite a number of people. It is easier for those of us who are in cities. We can easily participate. In this process, there are a number of people who came from the bushes. Some of those who are forces and who have been part of this process actually moved in directly from some locations that have no access or reliable access to internet communication and so on. So it may be a little bit difficult for them to participate virtually, but many people can participate virtually. And so that possibility could be explored and discussed with the mediation, that there are people who want to participate and could participate virtually, which is possible. Now, our thinking and belief is that there is more power in having more people participate, especially when we have more of the civic groups than the political actors participating. Because then you have more leverage to be able to overwhelm them, the political actors, and drive the process. And that is why we have been insisting on inclusion, that there should be more actors involved, especially the civic actors. The different categories of the civic actors should be able to participate. And at least in our view, the process has expanded a little bit compared to the way it was in Rome. In Rome, it was extremely limited only to the political actors, the government and the opposition, full stop. And even the mediators in Rome would not accept to even discuss with some of us, some of the issue of participation. And so while we did not disagree with the participation in Rome, we had ruled out the element of inclusion almost completely. And so we feel that the process needs to be more inclusive, and that even when it has expanded now than when it was in Rome, we don't think this expansion is enough, has included people enough. Now, I know that you know, so many people will find it difficult to travel, to spend time in Kenya and all of this. But if as Dr. Hakim, you said, when people get to the negotiating table, there is a possibility people can influence processes. One thing people can do is actually to raise more of these voices to the mediation and demand that there is the table is expanded for more people to participate, and the different views should be brought on the table, because there is no adequate solution when so many of the actors are not involved, are not able to participate. And as you may recall, actually in the country, we have more new groups emerging, new armed groups emerging, new opposition groups emerging. So all of these things really present a threat, and unless you have all these actors at the table and negotiate peace once, the process will not always be inclusive enough, and there's a possibility that the results you produce may not be comprehensive enough. But this in itself is definitely a challenge, and it's the challenge that we can grapple with. But what is extremely important for us now is to think about what happens from the time the transitional period ends. We are approaching that period, and we need to have consensus on how we proceed from there. We're already thinking of suggestions, and we can discuss some of these things at some point. But at least for now, things stand challenging in all aspects, and without getting a clear solution, in a way, the country is also facing even more challenges. So I don't know how the country is going to get out of all these troubles, but the situation continues to increase in magnitude, especially when you get the situation, the economic situation now. It continues to worsen with no clear solution or ending in sight at the moment. So there are many things, but some of these challenges also present make it more important for negotiations. You never know, in a situation where the situation is more challenging, there could be this could also be an opportunity to extract more concessions or better concessions for the country. Anyway, we are trying, and we are not out of the wood. We are still not anywhere close to a solution, and so let us continue to follow. What is important is that we need to do consultations among ourselves and continue to think through as to what best we can do. Let me leave it here. Thank you.
Just trying to open my mobile before I move it to Aiko. I think I'm not trying to press you, Rajab, but I just want to, because that was an interesting point that I observed, which came in the communication, whether this is just a vote, like a strategy for negotiation, because going to the extent of saying by the PCCA that Riak and Salva Kiir are liberators, they cannot be made subject to prosecution or liable to prosecution if they accept the agreement. Sounds like a bribe, and I think somebody commented on that. So I was just quite surprised that weighing the liberator versus yeah. Yeah, just hold on there, please. Hold on there. Hold on. All right. So sorry about the interruption. The point I was saying is that The PCCA, of course, stated this, that the position, their position is that if there is an agreement, this agreement has to be conditional. Otherwise, those parties like Salva Kiir and others would be liable to prosecution. But if they accept the agreement, then they would not be liable to prosecution. Yeah.
Let me clarify that.
Yeah.
Let me clarify that. You know, first and foremost, if people are asked today, victims and witnesses maybe would demand that justice is delivered today or even yesterday to all those who committed crimes in the country over the years. That would be the position of the victims. Now, the issue is here in matters of practicality, Dr. Hakim, and I say this with honesty. You go to the former Yugoslavia, you go to Rwanda, the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda, you go to the South African case of Truth and Reconciliation. You will find that transitional justice were administered when a regime is completely removed. The regime that has presided over the crimes, the commission of the crimes, get usually removed, and then the new authorities then administer justice or transitional justice for that matter. In the case of South Sudan, and I remember when Thabo Mbeki once said that peace in South Sudan is not possible because the way we want to administer justice is to ask the parties to lay down their guns, and that once they lay down their guns, they should walk to the court. And this is not realistic. Now, we have been talking about the transitional justice since 2014. In 2015, this whole chapter of the agreement was designed on transitional justice, chapter 5, that provides the three mechanisms. From 2015, when the R-ARCSS was signed, to 2018 and to date, it is coming almost to 10 years, close to 10 years. We have never administered justice based on the transitional justice mechanisms put in the agreement. And what has happened also is that the authorities in Juba seem to have prevailed over the African Union on the issue of on administering justice, especially establishment of the court, the hybrid court. How did they do that? They said the priority of the government is peace, and looks like the African Union seems to also be in agreement with that. So this court, the hybrid court, is not going to be formed anytime soon. These authorities, those in power today, who may be suspects or their supporters may be the suspects to these crimes, are not, or no matter what we do, going to establish a court and take themselves to that court. And so in a situation like that, honestly, you need to find an alternative or alternatives to this process. You find an alternative, and this is politics. A political process is a political process. You find an alternative, and at some point, you can reconsider some of these projects. But for now, you need, by all means, to get the country to move and get out of this crisis. And I remember, maybe as the last point of that there was President Moi, for example, was in full grip of power in the country, in Kenya. As people started working on a constitution and all of that, they actually had to reach concessions on some of these issues for him, and even allowed for his case. And I am not saying this is for the case of South Sudan. In some of these countries, this have happened. We said, well, you see, let us get to a constitution, work and get a constitution, which they succeeded to do. And to get that constitution, they had to make concessions and say, we agree that you have been in power for a very long time. But once we have a good constitution, we can still say now the new dispensation and term limits begin from the time the constitution is signed. And so that the president had that time saw an opportunity for him to run for 2 terms beginning from the time the constitution was signed. That was the kind of trade-off that the Kenyans made. By the time they made that trade-off, they knew that the president was not going to go beyond the 2-term limits. And so that constitution now limited him in power, and they had to move on with a new dispensation at some point. So we are treading a political process that is complicated, and we must honestly be realistic. Thinking that these political actors who are in power now are going to establish a court and take themselves to court is not just going to happen. And so what do you do in a situation like that? You fight a trade-off. Sometimes we think that these things must just happen the way we want them to happen. And sometimes it would also be realistic to say, well, if we cannot achieve this the way we want in this way, why don't we look for alternative ways to be able to achieve the things we want to achieve in a different way? These are the difficult situations that we are facing in all of these processes. I wish we had all the powers. And as I said earlier, like God did in the beginning, that let there be light and there was just light. This we could not be discussing all of these situations the difficult way we are discussing. Thank
you. Thank you. Thank you, Rajab. Thank you, Rajab. I just really, I understand the position that, you can, in the circumstances, you may want to offer incentives. Is a strategy, that would either work or not work. You can try different options and alternatives. But it's just that, in my view, that is jumping the gun and doing and too much, jumping to conclusions, because it's a very sweeping proposition, in that saying, look, you'll not be prosecuted. I'm not sure whether, the time really, have you really considered that this is the offer that needs to be made to Kir? But of course, that's up to you as PCCA to try to raise the arguments of them being the liberators, and therefore the proposal might be that conditional on you accepting this, you will not be prosecuted. And then the other subject is that, what merit does PCCA have in terms of a mandate to exercise such powers? It might just be a suggestion. Yeah. So at least we want to take note of that. I want to confirm that this is the position of PCCA. But of course, there will be other positions which may not necessarily, will probably delve and discuss about areas of the Constitution and so on and so forth. In some cases, like in your case, you want to offer incentives which may not be palatable to a large cross-section of the country, but that's the position of PCA. At least we know about it, which has changed quite fundamentally from the earlier position of Salva Kiir and Riek Machar stepping down. But this is also like he's still suggesting he's stepping down, but now comes with a concession, right? Concession of not being made liable to prosecution. Yes, Salva Kiir might have persuaded or presided over, or persuaded the AU with the argument of that the country needs peace now, and there is a convenience for this argument among the leadership of the AU, right? So that's understandable, and that leads, to the continuing mess that we now have, the economic collapse and the collapse of the country's institutions, and the runaway corruption, simply because it was offered as an argument that this is what the country needs. This is what the country needs: peace first, and yet there is actually no peace. So it becomes a convenience. But of course, yes, we understand that the expectation of the government would be that they have to reach to an agreement with the opposition, which preserves the interests of the opposition and also preserves their interest. It's like going somewhere to meet the expectations of the government and the expectations of the opposition, if not the full, um, expectations of the public, and that's where this compromise or this exercise of a certain level of political decision making leaves the country, short of where people want to be, and then it brings this burden of the actors in Nairobi taking substantive political decisions on behalf of the people, and in a process that is not inclusive. So it would be like, let's run away with it. Yeah. So
let me clarify something, Dr.
Yeah.
Hakim.
Yeah.
Let me clarify something. First, the issue of political elites taking decision on behalf of the people when they are not mandated. I want to assure you and promise you now that if the people can be mobilized now to take decision on their behalf, on their own, by themselves, whether through a referendum or through an election, there is no need for a negotiation, a political negotiation by few people. The people should actually do that. So if you believe that now people can take decision by themselves in the country, through whichever means, whether it is going to be a meeting or a referendum or an election, that should actually happen. But if the country is in turmoil, in a situation that's even coming together of the people is not possible, and many are still running away from the country and many are being killed, then it makes sense for a way to be found to get to solutions. That is number one. Number two is the concerns you are raising. There is the perception that people want to go and get power in Juba, and so they will agree on anything to give them power. I want us to understand that the stage our country has reached is no longer really about jobs with the government and opportunities with the government. If you are aware, those who are even working with the government are going for months without being paid. If not only being paid, but even if they are paid, what they are being paid cannot serve them for a period of 1 week. If it can go up to a week, it will not go beyond that. So there is almost completely nothing. The country is almost at a standstill. And in the situation where the country has reached, who is suffering most? It is the ordinary citizen. Someone was talking, was it here today or somewhere? That people die of easy preventable diseases. I think it was you, Dr. Hakim, who was saying this. People,
That was me.
Yes, you don't find food to eat. And if you don't eat properly, you become weak. Your immune system becomes very weak. And so when you get a disease, you need treatment. And if you don't have money to get the treatment, you easily succumb. And so you may be aware, people die in their numbers, but outside the violence that still continues to rage in the country. So the situation we face now needs a solution, an urgent solution, not for the political actors, but actually for the people. Where do we get the solution is the issue. And so some of this, in my view, are struggles And like for us who are not pursuing political power, we believe that some of these issues need to move even faster to find a solution. If a solution is even found, that now this would be an arrangement to take the country forward, even getting resources in itself would still be an issue, you know. But at least an environment may be created, and there may be perhaps trust secured with the international partners to be able to provide support or resources to help to lead some of these activities. Things are just bad for our country, and we need to find how to address them. And I don't believe that the people are going to take decisions for themselves, and there's an authority that is going to organize the people to take that decision. And so, in my view, I still strongly believe that political elites who are not elected, they can be political parties, they can be armed groups, they can be civic groups like you and I, who will lead the negotiations on behalf of the people. Not elected, completely illegitimate. The only legitimacy they get is that what they say reflects the views of the people and is intended to help bring solutions to the people. Otherwise, it is no longer about getting jobs. Even if jobs are awarded to people today, those jobs are completely worthless unless we are not familiar with the situation the country is going through. Thank you.
Yeah, first of all, I understand the point that the country is in tatters, the economic situation is more or less collapsed, and people are not able to survive preventable diseases and all of these accounts. And the question that you were saying is that the people cannot be involved directly in decision making, and therefore the elites have to negotiate and try to work out something on behalf of the people. The other argument that I'm saying is this, that the elites should reach something that would empower the people, right? And so that ultimately the decision will be in the hands of the people, and the participation of the people will be central to it. Rather than make the presumption that فن الممكن, the art of the possible by the elites themselves, and like say taking decisions about exercising political decision making on matters that should be falling within the domain of the people. So I would rather argue and say that, look, we need to involve the people. We need to find a way to share this burden by the people, right? For lasting solutions, rather than take it as an excuse that not all the people can participate in this because that is not practical, and therefore it's okay for the elites to make decisions on behalf of the people. The elites can also become enablers and facilitators to create the environment for people to participate and make those decisions. So you cannot ignore that and just simply focus on, okay, because it's not practical to get everybody to be involved, and therefore we create, for example, a rescue government in which we're going to be the actors in order to create the environment. So you would have made a decision of mandating yourself to be in government without the participation of the people. And we've seen the consequences of this, that power is alienated. Whether we are not moving in the direction of ensuring that power flows from the people. That's my concern. That's my issue. That the venue should give focus to discussions about how our people can be empowered to participate in decision making, and that needs to be articulated rather than omitting it and say we decide between us and the government. Few elites deciding between themselves and the government that this is what is right for the country. Let's go with it. Let's sign this agreement because it's going to be helping, no matter how little, to salvage the country from suffering, right? And not also making sure that people need to be empowered.
Further.
Yeah.
Maybe I should clarify further and then perhaps consider concluding.
Yeah.
First of all,
Aiko, is it possible to give Aiko a chance to chip in and then you take it from there?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Aiko, we've held you so long and we kind of like made it into a dialogue. So you're welcome. Just chip in, please.
Yeah, Raja, I come from a different angle from your argument here. My belief is that the economy itself will destroy the government of Salva Kiir Mayardit. He doesn't need to be bailed by peace talks where he has the upper hand. Let South Sudan crash under his watch. Let it crash down. Let it break. He doesn't need to be bailed out. Because when you see he has consolidated all the powers in his office. Salva Kiir is A, Salva Kiir is B, Salva Kiir is Z, Salva Kiir is Y, and is X. There is nothing that can run in that country without his name. A country needs the participation of each and every citizen in it, not a property of an individual. SPLM has abused South Sudanese, has abused Equatorians, has abused institution of power, or rather institution of government. There is nothing there that you need to help. Yes, people are suffering, but let the government crash. The economy alone will destroy them. What they are doing now, they want to be bailed out so that they can use the peace process that you guys are engaging them, that we're doing our efforts to create peace in the country. So please, can you help us? They're going to beg foreign countries because their economy, they have crashed it. And it's going to be worse and worse and worse until each of them will start running out of the country. The institutions like the security apparatus will start breaking up. The military will start breaking up. The police system will start breaking up. A system of dysfunctional and lawlessness will continue. This is when South Sudanese will start understanding that this government, right from the onset, was not a government that wants to govern the people or want to lead the country. Because there is no way out to keep these people in power anymore. There is no way out. Let them go. Let them go. Where are they going to hide? Let the people of South Sudan decide. Future. With all the suffering that they're facing, let them decide the future. Because hope will come whereby they will understand the suffering that they have gone through. They may demand a better system of governance in that country, if it's to remain a country. And that country, believe me, it can crash in a day if the whole people of Equatoria, irrespective of their political beliefs or political colors or whatever it is, they decide that we want a solution for this country. If we, Equatoria, are going to be part of this country, that alone stops everything. It makes them think twice. It makes them start shivering. But as long as we still believe in them, we want to talk with them, We want to negotiate with them in a hope that they will change their mind. No way. Salva Kiir is not going to relinquish any small power that he has consolidated in him till his death. He wants to rule South Sudan, even if it breaks in ashes. He wants to be there as its leader. There is nothing that you can get from him. Anything he got, he will create into our minds in this generation and the next generation to come that this person will crush the country. You don't have to bail them out. You don't have to bail them out. They crush the country. South Sudan need to start from zero. The country needs to be overhauled. That engine is not a good engine that can ride that country anymore. Giving it time is not a help. Even if now it negotiates peace with those of Pagan, brings Pagan in, within 6 months, Pagan will even be panting like a dog in Juba. Everything he has signed with these people, they will just kick him out and just continue doing what they're doing. That's the way they see how to govern. They're actually not governing the country, they're ruling the country. That's the way I'm looking at it. My appeal is to Equatorians. Let's open our eyes. Let our eyes be open. These people have no way out to rescue that country from the collapse of the economy. No strategy out. The more the economy collapses, the more they may not even have money to buy ammunition to fight. The soldiers may end up even selling the guns they have just in order to survive. Let's crush. There is no one there, bail out, nothing. Now, if the negotiation, the peace talks in Nairobi was fast done by giving a condition that we are only here to negotiate for peace for the people of South Sudan. And in order to start the negotiation, Kiir, Oria, and this government of South Sudan, they should accept to resign before you guys could just start a word with the delegation that came from Juba. If they say yes, these people have to resign. When? Say you give them 2 months or 3 months, let them pack and leave. And put a caretaker government to negotiate it. That would have been a better start. But a start under their umbrella and under their goodwill, they're just playing you guys. Thank you for now.
Thank you. Thank you, Aiko. Thank you, Aiko, for that presentation. I think you highlighted very critical observations about aiding and bailing the system in the name of negotiations, in the name of trying to rescue the people. And I think that is an area that is quite maybe disagreeable between us and those who are participating in the talks. Of course, in front of the international community, they want to appear to be responsible and want to reach to something that would help the country, and that is the narrative. In reality, things are different. It's coming across as a bailing of the system in Juba. And then, of course, this is all glossed up in the form of, in the guise of a negotiation to reach what is reasonable and in the art of the possible, like what they say normally, the art of the possible. So yeah, I think those are just really obviously concerns and issues that are important to have a view on, so that we get the message across that this is really serious business. Yeah, but I obviously can't stop in the way of those actors who want to reach an agreement with the system. But there is no guarantee that reaching an agreement with the system is going to work. It could also fail. So it's a choice between strategic options, strategic positions as to how we can all work together to realize the aspirations of the people. So if all the actors were to have a common position saying that, look, I think we have failed, many transitions. It's time now for us to try something different out of the box. That is to stand with the people, to allow a process in which the people take a center stage. Even this kind of shift in the language, in the position that, look, we really don't have a mandate, but we are interested in seeing peace in the country, and that this peace can only be guaranteed if this process is shifted to be people-centered. If that is the common language of the opposition, all of them showing that they want to stand with the people, I think that will drive a clear message to the international community, to the regime in Juba, and limit their choices, limit their opportunities to divide the opposition, to manipulate the opposition. Because for sure we know that, this forum is not inclusive. And there are only the voices of Pagan, PCCA, and Stephen Way and Paul Mullen. And we know of their past contributions. And I'm not sure whether our constituencies look to the voices of Molong, to the voices of Pagan Amum as the alternative, as promising hope for them and for a change in the country. I doubt that very much. But we're where we are, and the opposition is divided. The peace process is not inclusive, and the opposition are not able to have a strategy, that can put all the opposition on one side and the government on the other, and put this option before the peace talks, that our country really needs to exercise political power through the people. This is what we're trying to do, at least from our side. And we also thought that PCCA, which is obviously laying a claim to representing the people through people's civil coalition for civil action. They were calling, for example, before for protest, for intifada, for uprising, and so on and so forth. That there may come a stage when the people really, truly would have to protest and demand their rights. That seems to have gone out of the window now from the PCCA standpoint, in preference for negotiation. And of course, there is a role for negotiation with a strategy. That strategy needs to be really very clear. Right now, we think that the strategy of engagement in this Tumaini talks falls short of expectations because of what has been presented, what has been articulated as the way forward. So in our view, it falls short of expectations. But of course, it might still be a strategy for PCCA and the others to pursue that strategy. So this is a point of divergence. I think we may not agree, and we just continue to explore. Even though talking is key, the dialogue is important so that we communicate and share ideas until we find the opportunity to really influence the position and the way forward. So I think I'll stop here, Rajab, give you the chance to conclude, and then we can maybe bring this to a close. Yeah, but in the end, I will also want to play the speech of the PCCA through Abraham Awolech so that people understand what we're talking about. So thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. First, I want to agree with Ayiko that, and I guess we said this sometime back, that the economy is now the main opposition in the country. And it is a possible one. Now, this is partly learning by learning the hard way. We had all the opportunities to create the country as an economic superpower in the region, as a military superpower in the region. And we squandered most of those opportunities. We wasted all the resources that we could have used to build an economy. We wasted all the goodwill of the rest of the world that wanted to support us. So then by the time we became independent, knowing very well that we fought the good fight as people and as a country to become independent. We squandered all the goodwill. And many people keep saying they really didn't know what we wanted and what we were doing. As such, it was difficult to help us in that situation. So now the economy has reached almost a point of no return. The fact, I mean, the rest, it is running almost exactly the same way it has been failing. So that in itself is a huge challenge, and those are the areas of interest if the country has to be safe. Now there are options we have: either save the country, from the situation where the status where it is, and agreeing that honestly it is not in the interest of everyone if the situation continues to worsen, because total collapse is one thing. It would give a big lesson to everyone, and particularly the political actors. However, it also leaves us bare and open for I don't know what we call these birds that feed on carcass, or any of these birds to feed on the carcass. And so by the time we recover, if we would recover from a collapse, for example, we will be in a very, very bad shape altogether. We might recover fully and permanently and in a better way, or we may not get there almost completely. And so all of these things, the challenges, stand on our way. And so it is upon us to decide on what best to do and how to move on and proceed from there. So those are things. Hey,
Rajab, I have a question, please.
Yes.
So what are your thoughts on Israel and Palestine? Because it correlates to that situation.
I'm not so sure if the situation in South Sudan is in the form of Israel and Palestine, but I would see it as the situation of Somalia in the 1990s, maybe. Okay. Well, I want to leave it here, and Dr. Hakim, thank you so much for the opportunity to participate in this conversation. The question you were asking, first of all, maybe I should touch on that. That the PCCA has stopped calling for peaceful protests and demonstrations. We called for peaceful demonstration. And we thought that all South Sudanese were convinced that the situation in the country was not good. The attacks we got from South Sudanese whom we thought were victims of the situation and would actually agree to the idea of demonstrations, peaceful demonstration, to demand that this situation comes to an end was quite shocking. It was quite shocking. Maybe this time round now that people have come to face the reality of the situation, but at least in 2021, even informed citizens of the country, many condemned us terribly for calling for peaceful protests against the situation in the country. That strategy is not thrown out. It still remains. Maybe its appropriate time will come, but we think that all opportunities that present themselves, we would seize to make a case about the situation in the country. No matter what the outcome becomes out of these negotiations, at least we would have presented a voice in this situation, and we would have made many actors know the reality about the country. Otherwise, it would only be the political actors who would speak for us if we do not make our voices heard in these spaces. And so we do that in a way as one strategy, but there is no one way out for a situation like the one we face in the country. Politics can be approached in many ways. So yeah, we still hold all of these approaches within our plans, and we are using negotiation as one peaceful means. But anything else we thought of, we still believe in the approaches, including peaceful demonstrations. Otherwise, thank you very much, and maybe we will find another opportunity to have more similar and conversations on practical aspects of solutions to the situation that we face. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajab, for your time, for your patience, and for your contributions, which are very, very appreciated. We're grateful to your time and also making the effort to be here with us and share all of this. I think many people will find this interesting and also informative. And so thank you once more. But I think for the rest of the people listening here, I just wanted to play the audio to some of you who might have not come across this and what we're talking about. The audio of the PCCA recorded by Abraham Awolich, and the questions and the points that were raised about his speech in this audio. So that is really what we wanted to just to briefly do, so that for the record, those who will be listening to this conversation, this recorded conversation, will at least understand the context that this is what PCCA said, and they would relate to what we've been discussing. So just give me a few minutes to play this conversation, so this audio, so that we can have a more complete position and picture about what the PCCA have had to say. So just a minute. Let me bring this up. Come on, just a moment. So this is the conversation.
Which they declared through the South Sudan National Dialogue resolutions.
Maybe let me play it from the start. It seems like I pressed the wrong button. Just give me a minute.
Civil action, the PCCA. Today is the 28th of June, 2024. I'm here to brief you about recent developments in the country and also about the peace process taking place in Nairobi, the peace process that is called the Tumaini Initiative, or high-level mediation for South Sudan. And this is important because whatever we are doing in Nairobi or wherever we may be, we are doing it for the people of South Sudan. We are doing it for you. And we cannot move forward or move so deep into the process without informing you and without telling you what is happening. The People's Coalition for Civil Action, the PCCA, was launched on the 30th of July 2021. And the reason PCCA was launched was not to seek power. It was not the intention of the PCCA to overthrow the government and to take power. PCCA came as a result of a critical analysis that we did, looking at the fact that President Kiir and his government dishonored the will of the people of South Sudan, which they declared through the South Sudan National Dialogue resolutions. Two, we saw that the president and his government and the opposition, the SPLM-IO, signed what they call a revitalized peace agreement, and we did not see a genuine commitment to peace. We did not see a genuine commitment to implement that process. We also saw a situation where the economic resources of the country were completely being looted in broad daylight. A formidable cartel has formed around the president and through the national security institutions to loot the country. We know this. And we knew that an economy that was hemorrhage, leaking everywhere, bleeding all over the place, and there is no production, there is no investment in critical infrastructure or the human resource or in peace and stability, that economy was not going to stand, that it was going to collapse. And so our motivation was not necessarily to seek power, but to raise an alarm. We wanted to alert you that your country, the country that you fought for so many years, is collapsing right in front of you. And it is not collapsing because of you citizens. It's collapsing because of terrible government policies. The reason many people come together to create governments is so that the government can serve them, can build critical infrastructure for economic development, can provide security to enable citizens to live free from fear, and to help them move out of abject poverty so that they can be free from want. This is the purpose of government. But when we did our own critical analysis, we saw that the government that we had created in South Sudan was doing completely the opposite. And so we felt obliged, as your fellow citizens, to raise an awareness and an alarm of what we had seen clearly. We knew that this thing was not seen by most people. And so when we called people to raise their voices and to challenge the trend and the trajectory that the government was pursuing, people were intimidated. We know that. And now, citizens, you have seen where your economy is. The government cannot pay its employees. Civil servants are not paid for years. especially those who are in the foreign service. Months have gone and the civil servants have not been paid, government employees have not been paid, university professors and staff have not been paid, the security institutions have not been paid, and the officers and soldiers have not been paid. The whole thing has collapsed. The whole economy has tanked. This is what we wanted to prevent. But of course, people were oppressed. They were not able to raise their voices, and the government continued to pursue a path that we knew was going to the ditch. Now the evidence is out. Things are not going well for South Sudan, and things could go far worse. This is why we saw an opportunity through the Tumaini initiative. We felt that God's love and care for the people of South Sudan created this opportunity by using President Kiir himself to reach out to the Kenyan president to ask for his help to mediate between him and the whole out groups. We felt that as a PCCA that this is an opportunity now to have what we call national political dialogue. And we went to the process. We requested to participate in the process, and we were allowed to participate in the process. What we can report to you about the Tumaini initiative is this. There are three angles that we need to look at. One is the intention of the government of President Kiir in Juba, the R-TGONU. Two is the intention of the whole out groups and non-armed groups like the PCCA. What is our intention? What is our interest in that process? And the third is, what is the role of the mediation? What is the mediation doing to facilitate this dialogue? Well, let me say something first about what we have observed from the government side. At the launch of the Tumaini initiative in Nairobi, on the 9th of May, we saw President Kiir delivering his statement. It was a short statement, but it was completely lacking a vision for peace. He did not present what he was doing in the country to consolidate peace, and now what this process is going to do to complement and to completely bring peace. There was no vision. And throughout the process that we have seen in Nairobi, the government has not presented any vision for peace. What we have seen is a strategy that we have seen before. The mindset has not yet changed. There is no sense of urgency from the government delegation that there is a crisis in the country. They send some diehards and some spoilers who are unwilling to move the country out of the crisis. They are clinging to the idea that the framework for everything that we need to do in South Sudan is the revitalized peace agreement. An agreement that they have failed to implement for 6 years. The process was supposed to take 3 years. They were given another 3 years so that they can complete it. It has not completed. It has failed. The country has tanked. Everything is collapsing. And yet, they still believe that there is something in the R ARCSS that can save the country. Something that they have hidden somewhere inside the mountain, that if the opposition and the PCCA and others sign the agreement, they are just going to pull it out and now the country will be okay. Of course, this is This suggests to you that there is no serious analysis within the government to see that the country has reached a critical point and that the old games are not going to save the country. It is time to start something fresh. And so this is what we have seen. They want to use the old strategy of trying to extract opposition leaders who are outside the country, who have been forcefully exiled. They want to bring them in, reward them with money and power. And then they continue to do the same, to loot the country and to bleed the country to death. This trick will not work this time. This is what we have seen. Although there are people who are genuine within the government delegation who are really seeking a way to help the country. But there is no vision that has been presented. They are simply looking for personalities. Maybe they are looking for individual leaders to pick them and take them to Juba to go and solve some internal political puzzles. But there is no intention to really use the Tumaini initiative as a mechanism to avert what we clearly see as a crash and collapse of South Sudan. That is what we can see from the side of government. If we are to save South Sudan, this mindset needs to be turned upside down. There has to be, first of all, a clear sense of urgency that the country is in crisis. There has to be a clear sense of urgency that the methods that we have used so far have not saved the country, that we have to do something completely outside the box. This is what we had hoped that will come with the government. Now, what about the opposition? Well, the Soma group, which is a group that in which Paul Malone and Pagana Amom and others are members, including Thomas Shirilo, as well as SUNA, which is another alliance. Soma is South Sudan Opposition Movements Alliance, and SUNA is South Sudan United Alliance under General Stephen Boy. We have worked with these groups for the last 3 years, trying to understand what is their vision for the country and what do they want to achieve out of the Tumaini initiative. And we have an agreement we have a meeting of mind in some critical areas with these groups. And so they are there both to resolve conflict so that they can go home, but they also understand that the country is collapsing, and therefore what is important is not to seek expedient political benefits, but actually to rescue the country. And this is what we hear from Paul Malone, this is what we hear from Pagana Mom, and this is what we hear from General Stephen Boy and even the Nazi Revolutionary Command Council. They say they want to rescue the country. So far, so good. Because rescuing South Sudan is exactly what needs to happen. And so this is the manner in which they have approached the negotiation. And what about the PCCA? What do we want? Of course, the PCCA is a civil right, a non-violent civil right movement. We are a social movement made up of civil society, some political elements, some religious elements, even some security elements. So we are a mixed bag. But what is our objective? Our objective is to see a stable, peaceful, democratic South Sudan. We are pursuing change. And so the difference between us and the opposition groups is that we are not seeking political power. So if the parties agree to share power in Nairobi, PCCA will not share power. even though we may play a role in the implementation mechanisms, but PCCA will not participate in power sharing. That is a major difference between us and the opposition groups. Now, the difference between the PCCA and the other civil society is that the PCCA is not a neutral body. We are partisan in that we think that the government of South Sudan is the problem. And we are not afraid to engage in a political discourse with the government. And so that makes us different from the other civil society who are neutral. They don't take any. Who are neutral, they don't take any position on the issues. They are in the middle. So we have taken a position, it is very clear. And we have taken a political position that is very clear. But despite the fact that we have taken a political position, we are not taking a political position so that we can capture power. At least not now. And so that is the difference. And so our interest actually in at the negotiation table is to ensure that the interests of the people of South Sudan is protected. How is that going to be protected? First, we are demanding, that is number one, we are demanding that what the parties should pursue is not a political agreement, is not another peace agreement. They should actually pursue a constitutional agreement. That means we need to dive deep into the constitution to reform state and government, restructure power, restructure the state, redefine the relations between the people and the government, and redefine the social relations between the people of South Sudan. The crisis that we are facing is a constitutional crisis indeed. It is when the constitution was negotiated behind the closed doors in the dark rooms in 2011, when the SPLM leaders colluded to create an authoritarian constitution, giving powers to one man. That is what has led to the current crisis. In the same vein, the SPLM constitution, which was negotiated in 2008, I attended the convention, was totally authoritarian. And those two documents very much shock the political space in South Sudan. And no one has a space to speak. And that is why the political contestation in 2013 completely led to violence. It was a normal political contestation of ideas, disagreements, but because there was no political space, and because the constitution of the party and of the government were authoritarian, that's why the country got into crisis. And so in our view, you cannot actually transform and actually resolve the crisis in South Sudan without transforming the constitution. And unfortunately, you cannot have a free and fair, open political space in South Sudan to actually make a constitution that reflects the will of the people of South Sudan. We saw this with the national dialogue. The people actually spoke freely, but in the end, their interest was undermined by their own leaders, by their own government. This is what gave birth to the PCCA. And so we are demanding that the constitution, the first draft or permanent constitution, should be a result of political negotiation in Nairobi. And the parties who are to the Tumaini initiative and the delegates from South Sudan will be selected from the counties, 7 from each county, with representative of women, at least 3 to 2 out of 7 must be women, a representative of youth, a representative of traditional leader. These people should be elected and flown to Nairobi to hold South Sudan National Constitutional Conference to negotiate the nature of federalism, to restructure the state, to discuss a system of governance, to discuss term limits, the powers of the president, the relationship between the central and state, the federal and state, all of that. All these things need to be put on the table. These are the things that we call grassroots root causes of the conflict. They need to be negotiated through a constitution. And now, once the Constitutional Conference passed that document, it is now given to the parties to sign as the basis of the settlement. Now, this will be in addition to any security agreements, ceasefire agreements, any interim government arrangement, and other protocols that may be necessary. But the Constitution itself should form the basis of the agreement. What else are we asking for? We are saying that the army has become a problem in South Sudan. It needs to be unified, separated from politics and warlords, in order for the competitive political space to be created. So we are calling for the unification of all the armed forces in South Sudan, para-government militias, government allied militias, opposition armed groups, all of them put together, screened and trained and being given new doctrine and then deployed as now South Sudan National Army. This can only be done by a neutral body, which is why we are calling for that hybrid Security Sector Reform Commission led by somebody from African Union or UN or any other international partners. So this is our position on the military. We are also calling for the dissolution of National Security Service because it has diverged from its mandate. It was created to collect information, to help the leadership in the country to protect citizens from both internal and external threats. Unfortunately, the security service has turned around to be an oppressor. They are oppressing the people of South Sudan, and they have actually gone ahead to undermine the work of the armed forces and the work of police forces. So they have taken over the jobs of the army. They actually go to the front lines to fight. That is not their business. It's the work of the army. They arrest people and detain them. That is not their work. That is the work of the police service. And so we are calling for the dissolution of National Security Service, and all its armed units should return to the army, and the National Intelligence Service should be reconstituted, and it has to be a civilian entity, an entity that, yes, the officers could be trained, but they should be civilians. They have to wear civilian clothes, and they should carry only handguns to protect themselves during their duty collecting data. And if they encounter a criminal, they report it to police. And if they discover a threat to the government or to the country, they report that to the National Army. This is the National Security Service we want to create. Third issue is that the Tiger Division, which is the Presidential Guard, first of all, a democratic state does not need Presidential Guard. Presidential Guard is largely an instrument of authoritarian states. So we don't need Presidential Guard. What we need is a BIP protection unit, protect the president and all the government officials. And this can be done under the Ministry of Interior. A new unit should be created that will be there, that will be deployed and be rotated independently to protect the BIPs. Because the national, the presidential guard, Tiger Division, has actually become a private army of the country, of the president, and it has been used twice in 2013 and also in 2016. They instigated the violence in 2013, and therefore it should return back to as a division to the main army. They have to undergo the unification process. So these are tools that we need to implement in order to realize peace. As well, we think that during the implementation process of this agreement that will be reached in Kenya, the revenue that is being generated through oil and non-oil should be deposited into an escrow account at the African Development Bank or at the World Bank or the International Financial Institution, IMF. So we create an escrow account there for South Sudan, and we deposit all the money there. And so that the money is taken away from the hands of the cartels. We all know that there is a cartel that exists that is bleeding the country to death. Every little cash that comes, they take it and they use it for their personal benefits, and they keep coming back and depriving critical government institutions of the resources that are needed. So during the implementation of the Tumaini Initiative Agreement, the money should be deposited into that bank, and it can be withdrawn on a quarterly basis per the budget passed by the parliament. And after the elections, obviously you can return the money back to the unelected government. Lastly, we are demanding that President Kir and Dr. Riek Machar must step aside. But we have made an adjustment to that by saying, okay, let us give them this transition. Maybe the transition is going to be 12 to 18 months. It cannot be more than that, to conduct a referendum on the constitution and to go for elections. And we are simply saying, let them not run for election again. And if they accept that, we are offering them three important things. One, we will give them this transition to endear themselves to citizens and to clean up their image and to restore trust in them. Number two, they will be given a package as former heads of state and government. They can keep their residences, current residence. They can be given money to keep them comfortable and happy. And they can be given projects, maybe presidential library or institute or something in their name that will continue to advocate for the policies that they have used while in power. And three, lastly, they can be exempt from any prosecution, because our intention is not to humiliate them or to harass them. They are liberators, even though they have made a lot of mistakes and a lot of people have died in their hands, to move the country forward so that we don't look backward. We can exempt them from any criminal prosecution for crimes they have committed while in office up to this point of the agreement. If they accept that, then they will be exempt from the prosecution. And we are going to transform the hybrid court for South Sudan into an international tribunal to try people who have committed war crimes. And so if President Kir and Dr. Riek Machar refuse to take the offer that is going to be on the table, then they will be liable for all the crimes that they have committed while in office. And so these are some of the things that we have put on the table, fellow citizens, and we think that these things are reasonable and they are achievable and they should be accepted by the government so that the country can move forward, so that we can revive our economy, so that we can unite our people, so that we can restore democracy and restore the power of our people to vote into office, people of their choice, so that we can restore the confidence of our international partners in our people and they can resume giving us international aid that we really need to jumpstart our economy. And we can repair our relations with Sudan so that the flow of our oil should resume and we can regain the trust of international investors to return to South Sudan for investment, create jobs for our people. This is what we need now. And it is on the table in Kenya. And the oppositions support this agenda. We 100% stand behind it. And so this is what we are offering. Now, what we can promise you is this, as people of South Sudan. We are not going to participate in any conspiracy to sign a fake agreement that is going to undermine the economic viability of the people of South Sudan, that is going to undermine peace and stability and security in South Sudan, that is going to undermine democracy in South Sudan. We will not sign any of that. We will not sign an agreement that does not have a draft constitution. We will not sign an agreement that does not have a clear roadmap for leadership transition. We will not sign an agreement that does not have a clear strategy for the unification of armed forces. We will not sign an agreement that does not dissolve National Security Service and Tiger. These are things that are critical for the country to move out of the crisis. And yes, if the government doesn't want to accept these things and they don't want an agreement, it is up to them. They will face the consequences. The anger and the wrath of the people of South Sudan will fall on them. And of course, the anger and the wrath of the region and the international community, it will be their burden. We have shown them the way. They can take it or leave it. That is where we stand. We are not going to betray and participate in any conspiracy that betrays the interests of the people of South Sudan. Thank you very much.
Right. You have heard the last few statements from Abraham Wallish, on behalf of the PCCA, and what is of interest is the statement around the exemption from prosecution if the government accepts the terms of this agreement that is said to be now on the table in Nairobi, according to the words of Abraham Awolej, that there's an offer on the table for Salva Kiir and Riek Machar to be exempted from prosecution if they accept this agreement, and that they would not be liable to criminal prosecution, and they will also retain their properties, which are actually public properties, that they would retain that because they are, they are head of a state or liberators. So that is the statement that was referring to. Just in the interest of transparency about it, because some people might not know the context of our discussion with Rajab earlier, and this is the point that I was referring to. And Rajab tried to give explanations that this is negotiation because it's not feasible maybe to force the government out of office, and so you have to go through a process of negotiation. Now, yet in the statement as well, they were saying this economy is collapsing, and also that They have no way, the economy has collapsed, and all of that. And yet they want to then bail the government. According to the assessment by AICO was right in pointing out that this is tantamount to trying to offer a bribe, to save this government, just in the name of rescuing South Sudan. That South Sudan needs rescuing now, and rescuing, assumes giving a lease of life, 3 years more to Salva Kiir and his regime, and of course exempting them from prosecution. I don't think this is a very good offer. I don't think that you can discount all these crimes, all of the perpetration of crimes against humanity, the runaway corruption and everything, and conclude that the government is so desperate, and then at the same time you want to bail this government. So Aiko was saying, if the government is so dysfunctional, then why do you want to bail it? Why not let it crash? Because you have already made a statement and assessments that this government is going nowhere. So where is the interest then coming from for bailing the government? So that's the question, and I'll leave it to you guys to come to your own conclusions. But I think in our view, this is, as Aiko said it, this is bailing and bribing the government to continue in office without, being held accountable. So that's the issue. So thank you very much. If Aiko, you want to interject on this, and then we can progress to bring the the discussion to a close. So welcome, Aiko.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Hakeem. Well, governor's office, governor's residence,
that looks like it. J1, the fall of J1.
The municipality that they need to protect all those buildings. Then Haramia Sakeda. These people need to go. South Sudanese, please understand these guys have to go. They have caused a lot of carnage to the people of the country. They have destroyed the country, crushed the economy. What do you want these people for? Why even give them that names, libraries with their names and everything? They are liberators. Liberators for who? They are liberating themselves to come and steal South Sudanese resources. That's the liberators that are just using the wrong names for them. These are criminals. Message with them, they're very interesting. Like I think they are trying, he was right that some of them are even political, working with the security. Some of their group members are even working with political parties, members of political parties. That's why they are still trying to kiss ass with those who came. Also, Jamani intahad. As in Safa Jadida, overhaul that country if it can accommodate us all. If it doesn't, let it break. Because now it's evident these people cannot even run a country. So do you expect them to change? No. There is nothing that these people are going to change. They're just buying their time and they want to exist there.
Thank you, Aiko. Yes, if there's anyone who would like to come up and maybe share their comments, then you're most welcome. We just wanted everyone to have a say on this. I think there was one thing which Dominic wrote in the chat, as asking the question directed to, I think, to myself as well as to Rajab, that we're talking about the people. The people. Whom do we mean here? Which people is the question. But Dominic is not here right now, but let me just read his statement. He said, what is your definition of the people? Which particular people you want to be represented? Rajab is also talking about people. May you people should explain to us who are those people? Yeah, so that's the message. That's the question from Dominic. Okay. I think, just for the record, we have been talking about the people in the context of constitution making. We talked about the people-driven process. We also mentioned that the people, or sovereignty, is vested in the people. Our people in Equatoria, the people of Upper Nile, the people of Bahr Ghazal. This is, what we refer to in our conversations about the people. That in Equatoria, we have a population of the people of Equatoria, we have a population of the people of Upper Nile region, we have a population of the people of Bahr Ghazal. And these are our constituencies. For us in Equatoria, we have, for example, today we have 3 states, Eastern, Central, and Western Equatoria. And those who make up the population of Equatoria are the people that we refer to. And when we talk about participation in the constitution making process, more specifically in the People's Constitutional Conventions, in every one of the regions, we are meaning these people. These are our people in the different states of Eastern, Central, and Western Equatoria, in the different payams that we can convene People's Constitutional Convention in Equatoria, which offers a representative platform to all of our states and to all of our counties, and for people to gather together and have this People's Constitutional Convention. In fact, there was also, back in the days in Juba, there were 3 Equatoria Congresses held in Juba. One was in April 2011, just before our country became independent, and then in 2012 and 2013. So in those conferences, this was all Equatoria Conference. It wasn't, it wasn't exclusive. For example, there was representation from Central, Eastern, and Western Equatoria. And the 3 governors of Equatoria at the time participated in these deliberations. So Equatoria came together as one and deliberated and came up with resolutions, for example, about the call for a federal system of government in South Sudan and a federal constitution. So it was only Equatoria that held conferences consecutively on 3 occasions in 2011, 2012, and 2013, with very clear and specific resolutions that came out of the conference. So, in fact, so Equatoria was the one leading on the subject of federalism in the country. But there were no similar conferences in Upper Nile or in Bahr Ghazal at the time. It was only those conferences that took place in Equatoria. And the governors of Central and Eastern Equatoria participated in those conferences. So why can't we be able to organize a People's Constitutional Convention in Equatoria along the same lines? All those 3 conferences were organized in Yakurum, for example. And people came from Yambio, Meridi, Capoeira. The whole place was really full of life, hundreds and, more than maybe how many thousands attended the conference in Juba. That is feasible. We can organize that, and we have a track record of organizing such conferences. And leave alone when we start now to focus on Equatorial People's Constitutional Convention, which is more urgent, more important, more inclusive. Why can't we be able to do that? You see, when Upper Nile cannot do it or Bahar Ghazal cannot do it, we should not be having the expectation of not being able to do it because the people of Upper Nile are not interested in it, or the people of Bahar Ghazal are not interested in it. If they don't take initiative to have an inclusive process of participation in the constitution making. But that is our right. We demand it as Equatorians and want to have it. And we have shown the leadership on this matter. So it is not realistic maybe for people in Upper Nile, Bahar Ghazal to have such a people's constitution convention. And that's why we're saying, these matters have to be brought to the attention of the people of Upper Nile and Bahar Ghazal as a framework for us to participate in constitution-making process. I think that would work better for us. It will bring Equatorians together on fundamental critical issues of state formation. And it will give us the opportunity to discuss and make declarations, just like we did with Equatorial People's Alliance when we make Equatorial People's Declaration and Charter of Rights. And we in Equatoria, through our People's Constitutional Convention, we can also do the same. We come with declarations, we come with principles, the guiding principles for constitution making. We make a call on the right of the people of Equatoria to self-determination, and so on, as a guarantee, كصمام بتاعت الأمان. So all of these kind of engagements will take place through the People's Constitutional Convention. And will it be impossible for us when we have the full representation of our counties and then use the convention, we bring proper representation from all of the counties in Equatoria, and for people then to have a go at electing their people's representatives to the Constituent Assembly, those who want to participate in the transitional organs of the transitional period, and so on. We can exercise our rights as the people, because this is critical for moving the country forward. So that's what we're referring to when we talk about the people. So I hope if Dominic comes back later and listens to a replay of this conversation, he would hopefully find this explanation. So that is what we mean, and I'm not sure if Rajab thinks otherwise in terms of the reference to people. So maybe he would want to get a clarification from Rajab directly. What is the definition of people by Rajab? But I think also, if you look at it from another angle, what he seems to be suggesting and saying is that we are challenging the existence of these political organizations as not being people representative. And it's true that we are saying they do not have a mandate, but that does not exclude or deprive them of their right to have a say and a view on matters. It's just that they are not exercising the mandate as such, and they cannot therefore just take decisions for granted on behalf of the people without the participation of the people. So that is just a quick sort of qualification to what we mean by people, and I hope this will get through to Dominic at some point later. So yeah, that is really what I can say about the people, and not to overdo it. I think that suffices for now. Yeah. So other than that, I think Ustaz Dongolawi, is there anything you want to add, or shall we call it a day and then conclude the room? اتفضل.
يا مشكور دكتور حكيم. باين انه هنقفل يا مشكورين كل الحضور المتحدثين السابقين. الأستاذ رجب مهندس صراحة قدم برضه كومنتس كويس، أدى تعقيبات كويسة. وبرضه والدكتورة ماجدة كوليا أستاذ ييكو. أنا ما أعرف بشير يتكلم ولا لا، أنا كان مركت كده. وبرضه نشكر الناس، وخدنا الأستاذة سلفانة برضه مشكورة للمشاركة. وكل الناس اللي قاعدين معانا هنا تحت برضه نشكرهم، لأنه قاعدين معانا من قبل كانوا قاعدين ومرقوا، برضه نشكرهم. واللي بيجي يسمع التسجيل فيما بعد برضه نشكرهم. وأخواننا برضه في جمهورية التشاد، الناس اللي قاعدين يكتبوا في التشاد برضه نحن نشكرهم. ونشكر كل الناس اللي قاعد يجوا في منتدى تحالف الشعب الإيكاتوري أو تحالف الشعب الاستوائي Equatoria People Alliance. العنوان ده حيكون مستمر، لأنه الكلام اللي اتقال هنا كله بيجي لأهمية الخطاب السياسي the political importance of political discourse. دكتور حكيم اتطرق لكل المحاور، جزء منه جذور المشكلة السياسي محادثات نيروبي. في كلمة بالسواحلية هنا زي ما أنا سمعت تقريبا it means hope، الأمل. المبادرة بتاعت نيروبي هي بتاعت أمل على حسب ما هم قاعد يقولوا، لكن إحنا حنشوف هيحصل شنو. مشكورين كلكم لحد ما نجي نتقابل منصة أخرى أو في نفس المنصة وبعنوان ثاني. لكن العنوان الفوق ده حيكون قاعد، بس هنجي ندخل فيه بعض المحاور. مشكورين كثير، شكرا.
Thank you on behalf of Equatoria People's Alliance. نتمنى له.
Yes, yeah, just last remarks. I really feel like I need to convey here that it's completely inappropriate to negotiate on behalf of victims. So the victims need to be the ones that decide what should happen. So I realize that the PCCA is trying to negotiate, but it's wrong for them to negotiate on behalf of the victims, especially the victims of the genocide that started this whole mess, and all the South Sudanese that have been victimized. So they need to be involved. That's why it's very important to expand the participants. And so, I mean, Rajab said, a collapse would leave us open, but going about it the way the Tumaini peace process is being implemented also leaves, the people open. So it's really a catch-22. And that's the reason why I feel like, people have to be involved. They have to have feedback. They have to converse. They have to be involved in the discussion. And I realize that, it might be challenging for them to participate virtually, but something is better than completely nothing. So the decisions cannot just be left to elites. So we need to involve more people. And then go from there. So the PCCA called for protests, and I know Rajab said, they were attacked, and people were condemning them, but maybe one of the reasons why they were being condemned was because there was no transparency. There were lots of trust issues that were raised, and it was not addressed. So that's the reason why I feel like it's really important to be transparent and to involve people, even if you don't agree with what they have to say, and even if they don't agree with you. So transparency is really important, and so that is really my last remarks. And as for exemption from prosecution, it needs to be opposed, and the people have to oppose it in the strongest way possible. No exemption from prosecution. Because you can't just turn the other cheek, or can't turn a blind eye to some horrible, crimes against humanity. But again, it needs to be deferred to the people. And if the country has to crash, so be it. Like Ayeko said, so it can crash, and then we'll just deal with it then. Thank you, Shukran James.
دكتورة ماجد أكوليا. Thank you very much. دكتور حكيم كالعادة كلمة أخيرة عشان نكمل. تفضل دكتور رئيس الحال عشان.
شكرا James. I want to take the opportunity to thank all of the participants here in this room, those who had the patience to be with us here this long, and also just for being part of this conversation and listening to the views that were expressed here. We can't take chances, and I think my message to the people of Equatoria is that we cannot stand on the wall, on the fence, and with our hands tied. We have to be engaged in this process to get our views across. Someone once said that miracles don't happen. You make the miracles to happen, not by being absent, not by being less concerned, but by being involved and being engaged, so that you get your views across. And I think our appeal to Equatorians is that we have to come together, we have to organize, we have to participate, we have to have a voice, a clear voice for our people, to represent the voices of our people. We have to take Equatoria and put it at the center stage. The people of Equatoria have to be at the center stage so that they can have a say in matters of constitution making, in matters of the way forward. And we all know that we're approaching the crossroads in 2024. This government is running out of its own mandate that was provided by the revitalized agreement. And what is the future? What is the transition? What's the way forward? So are we going to have a say in this matter or not? And now we can see that the elites in Nairobi want to bail out the system in Juba, which will come handy and convenient for Kir to kind of tout some kind of agreement in front of the people and say that now I have an agreement to implement. And that effectively just gives him another 3 years. And of course, the license to do that comes from Tumaini, because there's no any other source. There's no any other way Kir can claim to continue to, exercise political power in the country as president without looking for this agreement coming out of Tumaini. Let's be conscious about that. That's really the game plan. They want to find a new lease, a fresh lease for them to stay in for more 3 years when they have failed consecutively. So what do you think is the outcome of this? Is this really, hopeful for the country? And that's why we have said Tumaini is too little, too late. And who is participating in this? Is Pagan, is Molong, right? And these were also the people who destroyed this country, who took active role in the destruction of the institutions in our country through corruption and through undue influences. يعني في نهاية المطاف we cannot expect the country to be rescued by the same people who actually contributed to its downfall. For what is the play then? What is the secret? What's the catch? The catch is that the regime wants to extend itself. It's looking for an excuse to extend itself. And Tumaini can come handy in their hands to tout it in front of the people and say, we now have an agreement. We now have, a mandate of the agreement to deliver a new constitution in 2 to 3 years' time. So that is the game plan. That's really what they want to do, to find a new lease of life. So fellow Equatorians, brothers and sisters, and the people of South Sudan at large, we want the best for our people. We want to put our people at the center of decision making. We want a shift to occur from alienating the decision making by the people to elites, which will not really serve the purpose of being people-centric in our model, where we want participation, the direct participation of our people in decision-making, political decision-making. But what the system wants to preserve and to continue to preserve is the alienation of the authority of the people, their sovereignty, and concentrating that in the hands of the elite so that they can make top-down decisions on behalf of the people. We don't want that. We don't want to see that. We want to disrupt it. We want to, move and shift the focus and the exercise of political power to be within the domain of the participation of our people directly. That is what we want to achieve. That is our message as EPA to Equatorians. And as Aiko said it, we don't want to bail and bribe the process in Juba, just in order for the process to accommodate the Pagans and the Molongs of this world, so that they can outlive and extend themselves in power once more. So we don't want to see that happening. So this is faithful for us as Equatorians. We should stick to our strategy, stick to our plan, and have one voice. So I hope we'll do more together as Equatorians so that we can protect our existence and preserve our participation in shaping up the future of the country. And even if that meant that we have to pay a lot of time, take more burden to organize ourselves. So EPA is here for that. So we want and look forward to your support to EPA so that we can be successful in our mission and in our objectives for the people of Equatoria. So thank you once more, and God bless you all until we meet next time. Thank you.
شكرا دكتور حكيم دارو رئيس تحالف الشعب الاستوائي. شكرا جزيلا.